Maverick News presents The Rick Walker Show. Defrag your mind.
Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada, has apologized. So let's take a look at that first before we do anything else. The apology came in the House of Commons. This is what it looked like. And honestly, it took too long. But this is here it is for you.
Oral questions. Opposition.
C'est la responsabilité.
It is the Prime Minister's personal responsibility to invite heads of state to the House of Commons. It was the Prime Minister's responsibility when President Zelensky was invited here. The government has its security agencies, diplomats, and intelligence agencies. They could and should have checked the list of all those who were present and recognized during the visit. Will the Prime Minister finally come out of hiding and take personal responsibility for the embarrassment and monumental shame caused on the global stage by him, the Right Honourable Prime Minister? Mr. Speaker, on behalf of all those in this House, I would like to apologize sincerely for what happened on Friday and for the situation that President Zelensky and the Ukrainian delegation were placed in. For all those who were present, the fact that we paid tribute to that individual without knowing who he was a terrible error and a violation of the memory of those who cruelly suffered at the hands of the Nazi regime.
Position.
Mr. Speaker, it was the personal responsibility of the Prime Minister to invite President Zelensky to the floor of this House of Commons. It was his personal responsibility to make sure it was a diplomatic success. It was his personal responsibility to continue to lead the government that has the security, intelligence, and diplomatic agencies that could have and should have vetted all individuals who were present and recognized. Yet this Prime Minister allowed for a monumental, unprecedented, and global shame to unfold in this chamber. Will he take personal responsibility for this shame and personally apologize on behalf of himself?
Right. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of all of us in this House, I would like to present unreserved apologies for what took place on Friday and to President Zelensky and the Ukrainian delegation for the position they were put in. For all of us who were present to have unknowingly recognized this individual was a terrible mistake and a violation of the memory of those who suffered grievously at the hands of the Nazi regime.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Did the Prime Minister's national security, intelligence, or diplomatic officials vet the names of the people that the Prime Minister allowed within mere feet of President Zelensky?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the privilege and responsibilities and rights of parliamentarians are sacrosanct, and that the Leader of the Opposition would be suggesting that any visitor to this House should be vetted by the government of the day is actually a grievous attack on the rights and privileges of parliamentarians. However, if the Leader of the Opposition or the Speaker or anyone wants our intelligence agencies to vet any of their guests, we would be more than happy to do that in respect of parliamentary rights.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
The Prime Minister has just said that he allowed the president of a war-torn country, who is perhaps the biggest target of false propaganda and of potential assassinations, to be surrounded by hundreds of people who had not been vetted for their security background, their potential risks that they present, or in this case, the massive diplomatic disasters that they could have brought to that event. Is he really saying that he did absolutely nothing to protect the Ukrainian president from all of those many risks?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, the facts are well known here. The Speaker issued the invitation, delivered the recognition, and has taken full responsibility. The Leader of the Opposition knows that not one parliamentarian was aware, but the truth does not matter to this Leader of the Opposition. He distorts, misleads, aims to confuse, all for partisan gain. It's all he knows how to do.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, again, he deflects blame and responsibility for his personal failings. It is the duty of the Prime Minister to protect our diplomatic reputation. It was therefore his duty to ensure that his diplomatic, intelligence, and security forces ensure there was no one who could potentially present a danger either to the reputation or to the physical safety of the people present at such a massive international event. Right. But today, he said he did none of those things, and instead, after he found out about it, he hid in his cottage for 3 days. Is that what it means to take responsibility for this Prime Minister?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, we all know how many years the Leader of the Opposition has served in this House, and we can surely remember all the times he has stood up to defend the honour, the rights, the privileges of parliamentarians. And yet now, in order to make partisan attacks, he is proposing that the government of the day have the ability to vet and oversee the rights of parliamentarians and indeed of the Speaker to include people in this House, to invite them into this House. I know that the Leader of the Opposition used to have more respect for Parliament than that, but he's busy making a partisan attack.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Better late than never, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the Prime Minister on his decision to accept the repeated demands to apologize to Parliament and beyond. And his definition of the Leader of the Official Opposition is not entirely wrong either. But I would like to ask the Prime Minister if he has personally called President Zelensky to present his and our apology, and whether he has a strategy to fight the Russians' horrible misinformation campaign along with our allies. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Yes, Mr. Speaker, it is extremely unfortunate to see that this mistake made here in the House on Friday is being used by the Russians to continue sharing propaganda about why Ukraine is defending itself and why the Russians chose to invade Ukraine. Here in Canada, we will continue to firmly defend Ukraine and the principles of territorial integrity and sovereignty. We have shared that solidarity with the President of Ukraine on multiple occasions over the last few days. The Honourable Member, it is regrettable, Mr. Speaker, because that should have been the first thing that the Prime Minister did. And yet, from the Prime Minister's answer, I believe that he's saying that he did not call President Zelensky, who, other than the Jewish community, is the biggest victim of this error. Will he commit to calling President Zelensky? And will he commit to doing something to fight Russian propaganda? And that we do something urgently within and outside Canada to promote healing with the Jewish community? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have sent several direct messages to the Ukrainian people and President Zelensky. At the same time, we will continue to stand strong against propaganda and misinformation stemming from Russia. Russia invaded its neighbor, its peaceful neighbor, and is attacking the rules-based international order. We will always stand on the side of the international order and on the side of Ukrainians.
Burnaby said.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has said that he was embarrassed about what happened in the chambers. But it's not about him. It's much more than that. Real damage has been done. Real damage to the Jewish community, real damage to the war effort in Ukraine, and real damage to Canada's reputation. Now, finally, after 3 days, the Prime Minister has finally said something, but he's got to take action. What is he going to do in concrete terms to clean up this mess?
Hear, hear. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I pointed out, this was deeply embarrassing, not just to all parliamentarians, but to Canada as well. We stand firmly with Ukraine. We will continue to stand against Russian aggression, against Russian propaganda, and we will continue to ensure with the military aid, with the humanitarian aid, with the financial aid, with the diplomatic aid we are engaged with around the world that will continue and indeed step up its efforts to counter Russian propaganda. We will continue to stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes, with whatever it takes. Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Il a pris 3 jours.
It took the Prime Minister 3 days to finally say something about what happened in this House. He has said that he is embarrassed, but this isn't about him. Real damage has been done. Now we need concrete action. What will the Prime Minister do to finally clean up this mess? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this was indeed deeply embarrassing for all parliamentarians and Canada. But we must continue to firmly stand with the Ukraine. We must continue to fight Russian propaganda and its arrogance. And we must be firmly on the side of Ukraine. To date, we have invested nearly $9.5 billion in humanitarian and military assistance, diplomatic activities, economic assistance for Ukraine, and we will continue to be there to support Ukraine with everything that it needs for as long as it needs.
Speaker, days of silence from this Prime Minister in the face of an international diplomatic crisis that has brought shame on this entire country. An actual Nazi honored in this place, and instead of taking personal responsibility, he blamed the Speaker, went into hiding, and waited 3 days even to call for his resignation. He instructed his MPs to try to wipe the parliamentary record, to forget it. The Prime Minister is there for all of the glory. And when he makes a mess, he's nowhere to be seen. And now he says no one was vetted. He owes Canadians to take personal responsibility. Will he stand up on his feet and just do it today?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the principle of independence of Parliament from the government of the day is well established, and the government is always there to work with opposition parties or with the Speaker if they have concerns or questions about any of the guests they choose to invite into this august chamber. We will continue to stand unequivocally with Ukraine, but we will also at the same time defend the rights and privileges of parliamentarians.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Speaker, the Prime Minister has never been shy to use the Nazi label against his opponents, against Canadians.
Right.
But not being able to bring himself to take responsibility for an actual Nazi is something that Canadians will not forget.
That's right.
The Prime Minister could have prevented this. He should have prevented it, and he needs to fix it. The world knows that under this Prime Minister, a Nazi was honored in this place. The question is who speaks for Canada? And if it's not this Prime Minister, isn't it time for Canadians to have one who will?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I think indeed Canadians and the world are watching very carefully what has happened this week and the terrible error that happened on Friday. But I think they're also interested in seeing who's trying to make partisan hay out of this, who's trying to look for gains out of what was obviously a terrible, terrible mistake. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we learn from this and stand even stronger with Ukraine going forward, that we counter Russian propaganda. But, Mr. Speaker,
The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Community is horrified that Liberals allowed a Nazi to be honoured on the floor of this House and is demanding an apology from the Prime Minister. He has embarrassed Canada on the international stage, caused a diplomatic disaster, and has handed the Kremlin a propaganda win. He has brought shame on this House and deeply offended the Jewish community. Will he stand in this House today, finally take personal responsibility, do the right thing, and personally apologize on behalf of himself?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
It was incredibly upsetting that this happened. The outgoing Speaker took responsibility and resigned, as was the right thing to do. We recognize the deep pain this caused for Jewish communities and for all who were victims of Nazi atrocities and their descendants. An embarrassment for Parliament and for Canadians, and it reaffirms the need to keep promoting and investing in Holocaust education, something our government has and always will continue to support.
The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Mr. Speaker, the buck stops with this Prime Minister. That is simply not good enough, not one bit. Not only did the Prime Minister bring shame on this House, on Monday he tried to bury this sort of affair with a motion to strike history from the record. Instead of learning from history, the Prime Minister wants to erase it. Conservatives said no. Again, he has brought shame on this House and deeply, deeply offended the Jewish community. They demand a personal apology. Will he stand in the House today and finally take personal responsibility and apologize to this community?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Important to note, Mr. Speaker, that all parliamentarians agreed unanimously yesterday that the tribute to this individual was withdrawn. That's what happened yesterday, Mr. Speaker. We do not want that to stand into the future. But we also know, Mr. Speaker, that we need to continue to stand every day with the people of Ukraine as they fight against this illegal invasion by Vladimir Putin, as they stand for the rules-based order and the principles of the UN Charter that protect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of us all. This government and this country will always stand unequivocally with Ukraine.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, for 3 days, these Liberal members, cabinet ministers, and the Prime Minister have all been blaming the former Speaker for being the only person responsible for what happened on Friday, the fact that a former Nazi received tribute from the House of Commons. But it's impossible that people at the Privy Council, that people at the RCMP, people at Global Affairs and others did not manage to vet guests, especially the people invited by the Speaker. So will the Prime Minister personally apologize to Canadians and the international community who are shocked by what happened? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Conservative members know very well that the independence of the Speaker of the House is very important in our parliamentary system. And the government of the day does not have the right to consider or veto the guest chosen by other parties or even the Speaker of the House. It is very important that we continue to unequivocally stand for Ukraine, that we continue to strongly defend the international rule of law. We will always stand with Ukrainians against Russians. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Well, what I would say is that since 2015, the regulations state that the RCMP is responsible for the operations of the Parliamentary Protective Service, which was put in place at that time after the attack in 2014. This house needs to be protected. The PPS does its work supervised by the RCMP. So when a guest like the President of Ukraine comes to Canada, it's only appropriate that the government and the Prime Minister supervise the services to protect our guests. Will the Prime Minister personally apologize to Canadians? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we all recognize that it was a serious error on the part of the former Speaker of the House. And while we are considering who will be the next Speaker of this House, I know that we will all want to know how we will ensure that mistakes like this one will not happen again. The government will always be there to work with opposition parties and the Speaker's office in order to do background checks for those who visit the House, but it's not up to the government to violate the fundamental rights of members. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, a teacher was killed in the south of France, and it took far too long for the Prime Minister to call President Macron. Is the same thing going to happen again, or will the Prime Minister call President Zelensky? I will allow myself on behalf of Quebecers, and I think I can do this. I think I can apologize on behalf of Quebecers to President Zelensky, offer our cooperation, and I hope that my message will be transmitted to President Zelensky as of today. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, several days ago, we sent our apologies to President Zelensky and the Ukrainian people through diplomatic channels, and we will continue to work closely with the government of Ukraine to defend its territorial integrity and sovereignty against Russia's cruel invasion and the violations of international law that this invasion of Ukraine represents. We will stand with Ukraine, and that is my message to President Zelensky, and is the one that I send him regularly when we speak. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, I feel deep shame thinking about the Jewish community and how they have been harmed both in Quebec and Canada. Once again, I would like to apologize and offer my full cooperation. I'd like to know whether the Prime Minister has done the same and whether he has met with representatives of the Jewish community of Canada.
Recording in the gallery there, just texting. Okay, awesome. Le très honorable Premier Ministre.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have shared our apology on behalf of all parliamentarians today, and for several days we have spoken about how deeply we regret the mistake made by the Speaker of the House. And we will continue to work hard to defend Ukraine and also to support the Jewish community, which is facing a significant increase in anti-Semitism in the world. We will always be there to defend the principles of the rule of law and openness to others. We will always fight for these values and stand with Ukraine.
Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
At the end of the day, it is the Prime Minister who is responsible for visiting heads of state. President Zelensky came here expecting a warm welcome and a successful visit. But due to the Prime Minister's haphazard management of this visit, he instead turned it into a diplomatic nightmare. This has played straight into Russia's disinformation campaign against Ukraine. The Prime Minister must accept full responsibility. Will he publicly apologize to President Zelensky today for his failure?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I just apologized on behalf of parliamentarians and Canadians. We will continue to be there to stand with President Zelensky and Ukrainians. But if members of the opposition want the help of security agencies to vet their guests, if they want, for example, us to vet who 3 members of their team would have lunch with when they're meeting with a far-right German politician, we would be happy to give them advice on who they should meet with and who they should not meet with, Mr. Speaker. But respecting Parliament and parliamentary privilege continues to be our priority.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
The Prime Minister has a duty of care to protect President Zelensky when he was right here in Canada. The Parliamentary Protective Service, the RCMP, the Privy Council Office, the Protocol Office all report to the Prime Minister. Because of his failure to fulfill his personal responsibilities, the Prime Minister has harmed Canada's reputation on the world stage. He broke trust with the Jewish and Ukrainian communities. He's undermined Ukraine in this war, and he's provided fuel for Putin's propaganda machine. So will the Prime Minister admit he was negligent, apologize to President Zelensky, the Ukrainian people, and indeed to all Canadians?
Yeah. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Do you know who doesn't report to the Prime Minister in our parliamentary system? The Speaker of the House of Commons, Mr. Speaker. It is well established that the independence of the Speaker is sacrosanct. Now, if the Leader of the Opposition wants to change that, let him stand up and say that, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to defend the principles and the rights of parliamentarians, even as we stand with Ukraine against the illegal invasion by Russia.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Actually, the Speaker's Parliamentary Protective Service reports to the RCMP, which reports to the Prime Minister. So the Prime Minister says that his National Police Agency did not vet.
Order, order. I can't hear the question, so I want to be able to hear the question. I want to be able to hear the answer, of course, as well. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition. You may back up and start again.
RCMP reports to the Public Safety Minister, who reports to the Prime Minister. And that Prime Minister is now saying that when he has foreign heads of state here, that terrorists, assassins, convicted murderers would all be allowed to just walk right into the building and be present within mere feet of a potential assassination target. How does he ever expect another head of state to come back to this place?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, for someone who prides himself on having spent as many years in this Parliament as the Leader of the Opposition has, having been Minister of Democratic Institutions, albeit under Stephen Harper, to demonstrate such little knowledge and respect for how Parliament functions in order to make a partisan attack is truly disgraceful, Mr. Speaker. The fact of the matter is we will continue to stand for the principles and values that make our democracy strong, even as and even because we stand with Ukraine.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
An attack. This is a Prime Minister who, though he says he forgot to vet the people who were recognized during the President's visit, remembered to tell members of his caucus to pull out their phones and tape record other members of Parliament during the speech in order to make Liberal Party attack ads, Mr. Speaker. That is the shameful politicization he was focused on. But back to the question, is he really saying to future visits of foreign heads of state that he would have no problem letting in terrorists, assassins, or convicted criminals to be within mere feet of that foreign head of state? Yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to let the supposed arguments of the Leader of the Opposition stand for Canadians to judge whether or not he's making any sense at all, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going to dignify that with a response.
None other député de Burnaby Sud.
Yesterday, a report was released that indicated that 7 million Canadians are struggling with the cost of groceries.
Okay. So, enough of that. Increasing pressure as well tonight on the Deputy Prime Minister, Chrystia Freeland, to step down. Seeing various media attacks, criticisms of Freeland, whose ties to Ukraine are being highlighted in a lot of articles. Her family also tied to Ukraine and Nazism. A lot of people concerned that if JT had been, if he had decided to resign today, which is what I think he really needs to do, now that we have the apology, a lot of concerns that we'll end up with Chrystia Freeland as the Prime Minister. Now, that is not a sure thing. If the Prime Minister were to step down, the Liberals would appoint an interim leader. They would have to have a leadership convention, go through the process of selecting a new leader who would then become potentially the Prime Minister even before an election were to be called. So I think he should resign. I've said that here. And yes, I think we need an election after this scandal. But yesterday I said I would look at this from a slightly different perspective. And Canadians are really, I think, honorably beating themselves up over this. This has embarrassed the entire country, when in reality it was Trudeau's responsibility from the beginning, and it still is. He should have apologized immediately. He should have accepted the blame for this. That's his job. That's what a true leader would have done. Shoulder the blame. If the storm is so severe that you need to resign, then that's what you do as the leader, to preserve the fabric of the nation. Because this gaffe is so damaging, so embarrassing. But he waited 3 days before even providing the apology and resisted doing it. Another failure of leadership on the part of Justin Trudeau. For those 3 days, Canadians have been the ones, collectively, who have been carrying the burden of blame on this scandal, shouldering the embarrassment. And not rightly so. Canadians had no control over what happened in the House of Commons. And it's a well-known fact that many who served with the Nazis in World War II came to Canada after World War II and integrated into society here. Many of them, or some of them, from Ukraine. Canada has a very large Ukrainian population. Not all Ukrainians who fought in the war fought on the side of the Nazis. Many fought with the Russians, which further complicates the history, but that is the reality of it. But Canadians are always so quick to beat themselves up over things without really looking at things in a larger context. Not that I'm trying to excuse anything that happened in the House of Commons. That is its own huge embarrassment, not just a mistake. That's just a sign of total incompetence. And honestly, that insensitivity is the result of, I think, a twisted political ideology that has consumed the Liberal Party of Canada, the NDP, maybe some of the progressives even in the Conservatives, the Conservative Party, and maybe in some of the other parties in our country as well. But neoliberal fascism, or neoliberal communofascism, as I would characterize it, because they are left-wing socialists with a layer of fascism wrapped around it. That political ideology it's a cancer. It's a cancer. But that ideology is not reflective of what Canadians are as a whole. Canadians, our country, is diverse. It's made up of people from all kinds of different cultures, backgrounds, religions. They come from all walks of life and from all parts of the globe. I think that it's worth at least acknowledging that Canada is not the only country that took in Nazis after World War II. Many, many, many countries took in German soldiers and Nazi scientists after World War II. In fact, many countries were competing to recruit those Nazi scientists or to kidnap them in some cases and put them to work. So after World War II, several countries took in people who had been associated with or were suspected of being Nazis. This often happened for a lot of reasons, including intelligence gathering, resettlement, and in some cases to prosecute war criminals. And yes, I saw in the chat tonight, just before I went live, that I was being criticized for calling for a trial for Yaroslav Hunka, the Nazi who was honored in the House of Commons. Someone was saying that the people who were murdered as part of the Holocaust did not receive a trial before they were killed. Now, I understand that. But I think if anyone is going to level charges against someone, a person, a citizen, another human being, they're entitled to due process no matter what. And if convicted, then they can face the penalty after the process, the legal process. But it's crucial to understand, though, that not every German who came to Canada or any of these other countries were necessarily Nazis. A lot of them were just German citizens. But these are just some of the countries that took in Nazis after World War II. Argentina, Brazil, the United States, Canada, of course, Egypt, Syria, Spain, Paraguay. Different numbers, and it varied from country to country. Why they did it varied from country to country. But Canada was not the only country that took in Nazis. A lot of countries did. It's a difficult question, right? After any war, what do you do with the defeated army? What do you do with the defeated soldiers? What do you do with the defeated officers? You just line them all up and kill them? Or what about the citizens? You don't like a certain group of people? Well, that's when you get a genocide. And these kinds of things have happened through history, thousands of times, thousands and thousands of times through human history. But after World War II, decisions were made to put some of the leadership, or the leadership of the Nazis, on trial. We had the Nuremberg trials, right? So there was that. And some Nazis escaped, and some Nazis managed to hide and integrate into societies or into communities or countries in various parts of the world. And I just gave you a list, a partial list of what those countries, some of those countries. So there's plenty of blame to go around if you want to play that game. Plenty of blame. So what about the United States? Well, we've talked about this on the show before. There was Operation Paperclip, a secret U.S. government program which was designed to recruit German scientists, engineers, intelligence officials. The rationale behind Operation Paperclip was to gain an advantage in the Cold War against the Soviet Union. As a result, many former Nazis were brought into the country, their past sins sometimes overlooked, in the name of scientific and technological advancement. So no excuse for what happened in the House of Commons, but I'm hearing a lot from people internationally, other journalists, and just people in general, criticizing Canada. But mostly I'm seeing Canadians beat themselves up over this, and I get it. But I'm just pointing out a historical fact here that this was a problem that had to be dealt with around the world. And a lot of countries, in order to get the expertise of certain scientists or in order to take advantage of certain knowledge or skills, they just kind of look the other way and bring the Nazis in. One prominent example of that is Wernher von Braun, the former SS member and the chief architect of the V-2 rocket, which was used to devastating effect during the war. He was not alone. Many other scientists and who had Nazi affiliations found a new home and lucrative careers in the U.S. It wasn't just scientists. Some former Nazis infiltrated American society, hiding in plain sight. One infamous case is that of Klaus Barbie, known as the Butcher of Lyon, for his role in torturing and executing French resistance members during the war. Barbie managed to evade justice and ended up working for U.S. intelligence agencies. While not everyone welcomed these former Nazis, there were those who turned a blind eye to their past and allowed them to integrate into American society. This troubling acceptance allowed some Nazis to escape the justice they deserved. In the years that followed, investigations and public awareness led to the exposure of these individuals. The 1970s saw a renewed effort to track down and prosecute war criminals living in the U.S. Cases like that of John Demanjuk, a Ukrainian guard at the Sobibor extermination camp, brought international attention to the issue. So what did the presence of Nazis in the United States after World War II mean for the U.S.? Well, it raised significant moral and ethical questions. Were the ends of scientific progress and intelligence advantage worth the means of allowing former Nazis to evade justice? Tough question. Is it? Well, you tell me. You know, it's said that under Operation Paperclip, the United States took in something like 1,600, approximately, Nazi scientists. And let me see if I can find this photo. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take a brief break. I've got some information here, some stuff I want to show you on the screen, and I just need to get it queued up. So stay with me. I'll have that for you when we come back right after this.
Greetings, brave Mavericks. Our quest for truth continues. We go beyond fake news. Together we expose propaganda. Together we pull others out. of rabbit holes. We are maverick thinkers. We are all unique individuals, defenders of individual rights and freedoms, credible, trusted, grounded in reality. Maverick News, Maverick News. Defending free speech, free speech. Donate at freedomreporters.com. Do it now. Tomorrow may be too late. Maverick News. The world is watching. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Okay, I'm back. So yeah, here I'll just throw it up here. It's just an easy Google search, and you can see that even John F. Kennedy, there he is with Nazi scientists, Wernher von Braun. After World War II, you could say it was Nazis. Without them, the United States may not have won the space race, if you want to look at it that way. That's why they wanted those guys, for the rocket technology and for other things, many other things. Canada, the U.S., not just Canada. Britain as well took in Nazis after World War II. They were taken in for pretty much the same reasons. Less so than some of the other countries. Over time, they slowly integrated into society. As World War II drew to a close in 1945, the Allies were faced with that monumental task of dealing with Nazi war criminals. So Britain was another country. And what about Russia? Russia brought in scientists too, Nazi scientists. From the information that I've been exposed to over the years, it indicates that as many as 2,500 Nazi scientists were taken to Russia after World War II. A lot of them at gunpoint, where they were forced to, at least according to the accounts in historical records, they were forced to work on rocketry programs and other scientific endeavors. And it's because they were coerced into working. A lot of those efforts were not as productive as the efforts in the United States, where the scientists who were working there were paid, had jobs, lived in communities, they had a life. And not all of the scientists, I guess, in Russia after World War II were subjected to that kind of treatment, but some were. The point being, they all wanted these guys. Did they care about the ethics? Did they want to put those guys on trial? Did they want to execute the rocket scientists? They wanted what was in their noggins. Plenty of blame to go around, folks. And so, yeah, you know what? I'm actually relieved to see the embarrassment, to see Canadians owning it. I think so many people simply have been unaware because it isn't something that the average citizen was told about or taught about it. They didn't talk about it in schools. They never really have. The government really didn't want you to know. People in certain communities were aware, but that Nazism in Canada also never really, it never took root in a wide-scale way in our society. Oh, sure, it's there, it's present. You can find it if you go looking for it. And it is, anti-Semitism, fascism, authoritarianism. It's on the rise. There's no question about it. But thank you, Canada, for stepping up and accepting responsibility for a mistake that our stupid politicians have made. And they really should be bearing the brunt of the blame, and the Prime Minister should have been there front and center immediately to accept the blame and say, my fault, not the people. They didn't have anything to do with this. It was me. Because even as that Nazi veteran was walking around on the street and an integral part of his community, I think a lot of people probably were not aware of exactly what he did during the war. A lot of people just wouldn't know. And to this day, I don't know exactly what his role was, which is why you need to have a trial if you want to put somebody, to the test and hold them accountable or bring them to justice if a crime has been committed. Again, I don't know exactly what he did, and you need evidence. You can't just string people up with no evidence. Otherwise, you become the monster that you are fighting. These are difficult things, difficult questions to answer. Why was he allowed to live in the community as long as he did if he was guilty of war crimes? If he is. Was he hiding? I don't know what the circumstances are. So I would like more information. No question he served. But him personally, I don't know what he did. So that's all I'm saying is you always want to get facts. You always want to give people trials. And even the Nazi leadership in the Nuremberg trials, they were put on trial. They were given a trial. That's what has to happen. And it may happen in Poland because they want the guy. They want him extradited and they want to put him on trial. So the government can wrestle with that one now. Do they deal with it here or do they send him over there? I'll tell you, the Canadian justice system is, I think, far more lenient than what he would find over in Poland. So we'll see how all that ends up. So I'm not making excuses for anyone. Don't misunderstand what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if you think this is an isolated thing or that it's only Canada that got involved in this, no. If you're looking at it from that perspective, and not just the scandal in Parliament, but just the overall picture, the whole thing. The whole thing. So, yeah, okay, so I get it, Kim, right? He was a member of the SS. Nevertheless, everybody has to have a trial. So put him on trial. Even though he's 98, he's still in good health. He's able to get around from what I'm seeing. So put him on trial. And then if he's found guilty, and I'm sure that he would be if he... I'm sure that he would be if he is guilty. So let's see where it goes. Anyway, enough of that for tonight, folks. But if you guys don't think so and you just want to run over to his house tonight and lynch him, you could do that. I wouldn't recommend it. We're going to move on. I'm going to take a break, and when we come back, as promised tonight, Sean Buckley from the National Citizens Inquiry is going to join us, but not to talk about the NCI. Tonight he's here to talk about natural health products because of new regulations, new provisions for natural health products that were released during the last budget back in March. And so they're supposed to come into effect. And what will happen is under these new rules, common herbs and all these natural treatments, even vitamins, will be subject to the same kinds of regulatory processes as pharmaceutical drugs. That will increase prices, that will have a lot of negative effects. And while the government is saying it's for your safety and to ensure that claims of efficacy are valid and to protect the public, Sean Buckley has an entirely different take on this. He is an advocate for natural health products, and we will have him with us when we come back right after this. Don't go away.
The New World Order. Government overreach. The Great Reset. Mainstream media lies. Now more than ever, independent voices are needed. Donate now at freedomreporters.com. That's freedomreporters.com. Maverick News. The antivirus program for your mind.
We are Mavericks. We say no to the Trudeau and Biden New World Order. And to bugs. Because bugs are creepy and gross. And people should not eat bugs. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Sean, thank you for joining us on the program again. Another very important topic, natural health care supplements, and they are under fire by the Canadian federal government. New rules coming into effect. What exactly are we looking at here? Why are these products in jeopardy? Why is it changing?
Well, and Rick, first of all, thanks for having me on your show. And the why is something that we'd all just have to speculate about. But I can tell you what's happening, and I can tell you that, and maybe just to give your audience a bit of my background in drug regulations so they understand where I'm coming from. So I'm a lawyer, and I've been practicing for 29 years. And for all of that 29 years, probably about half of my practice has been dealing with Health Canada, the Food and Drug Act, the drug regulations, but always in the area of natural health products. So my first experience was actually acting as counsel for Health Canada. I was at a firm in Kamloops, and there was a herbalist named Jim Strauss who was suing Health Canada because this herbalist had imported some herbs from the United States, perfectly legal for anyone to import. And Health Canada seized the herbs at the border in an effort to shut him down. They referred to him internally as a rogue herbalist. Now, Rick, when the government seizes a citizen's property, there's a very specific legal term to describe it. I don't know if your audience will be aware of the term, but in the legal community, we refer to it as theft. So he was suing Health Canada because they stole his herbs. And I got the file acting for Health Canada. Now, first of all, I'll let you know that Health Canada's waived solicitor-client privilege back, I think it was in 1995, so that I could act for him in another file. But so I'm not breaking solicitor-client privilege when I share this. Is they explained to me the problem with this rogue herbalist was he was selling unapproved treatments. Now, I know nothing about food and drug regulation. I don't know that that's just, bovine excrement, that every product in a health food store, every product used by a natural health practitioner was unapproved back then because we created drug regulations for chemical drugs. They were never intended for natural products, So what we learned is if you're going to take a dangerous chemical or a novel chemical, I shouldn't say dangerous, if you're going to take a novel chemical that you've created and introduce it into the human body, we have learned that's really risky. In fact, 3 of the 5 leading causes of death in Canada and every Western nation is connected to chemical pharmaceutical drugs. Highly risky. So, before we give thalidomide to pregnant mothers to treat nausea, perhaps we should have, a rigorous evaluation of safety and efficacy. But if we've been giving ginger tea to pregnant women to treat nausea for 2,000 years, maybe we don't need regulations for that. Maybe that's okay. Maybe what we've been doing successfully for 2,000 years because it's safe and effective, and we've learned that, we're okay. So we have these drug regulations designed for chemical drugs. No one ever intended that they would be applied to things like ginger tea that, we were already taking. What are we going to start regulating parsley that we put on our salad? Well, we are. And in fact, Nature Sunshine couldn't get a natural health product license for parsley. Parsley has some therapeutic benefits, but they couldn't prove to Health Canada that it was safe. Do you see how silly this is?
Yeah.
So anyway, so back to the story. So I'm acting for Health Canada, and they're telling me the problem is this rogue herbalist is selling unapproved products. And, I knowing nothing thinks, oh, this is really reckless. This guy's just out of control. So I have the file for Health Canada, and I go and defend Health Canada in court. And Jim was actually in the wrong court. So, he was suing Health Canada in a provincial court, and they're a federal institution, and he was just in the wrong court. So I have his case dismissed. And then he takes me out for lunch, because he and I got along really well. And then I start my own law firm, and in another effort to shut him down, he is charged by the province of British Columbia for practicing medicine without a license. And the law that applied back then that gave doctors their medical monopoly said only doctors can practice medicine, and defined the practice of medicine so broadly as to include making treatment claims. Now, Jim made treatment claims. In fact, he drove around in like a white van covered in red letters that said, "We cure heart disease." In fact, he could not be quiet. He would tell everyone he ran into he cured heart disease. And he was literally religious about it. And I'll tell you why. So he was an older gentleman. He flew for the German Air Force in World War II. He was Austrian. And his family in Austria had been traditional healers for 400 years, for 4 centuries. And he was trained by his grandparents in the family business, like literally, every day out into the forest, picking and tasting herbs and learning learning the family business. So here he is a gentleman with unusual knowledge as a traditional healer, but he wasn't interested in that at all. So he had gotten a PhD in electrical engineering. He's working for BC Hydro as an electrical engineer, and he has a heart attack. And he's rushed by ambulance to the hospital. And they do an angiogram. And he's got one artery that is 100% blocked and another artery that's 80% blocked. And they say, "Jim, You need a double bypass surgery to survive. He didn't like that idea. So he checks himself out of the hospital. He goes home, relying on his training from his family with 4 centuries of healing experience behind them. He makes the Strauss heart drops and he treats himself. And he gets well. He must have lived another 30 years. He died in an old folks home. He never got a bypass surgery. And this was so revolutionary for him. He thought, okay, I've got to share this with the world. So he quits his job at BC Hydro and he becomes a herbalist. I mean, it wasn't just the heart drops. We had a whole bunch of, basically a full range herbalist shop. So he hires me to defend him. And as a lawyer, my job's to successfully defend him. And I'm looking at the facts and I'm going, I am dead in the water here because the law says only doctors can make treatment claims. He's clearly making treatment claims. So just running it on the facts, I'm not going to go very far. So I decided to attack the law as being unconstitutional because in our Charter of Rights and Freedom, Section 2B, we have freedom of expression. And we also have it as a common law right. And here we have this law prohibiting all speech except by doctors in the area of treatment claims. So I let the Crown know that I was going to ask the court to strike the law down as unconstitutional, that section of the law. And I started going to work. Well, the law, I mean, this is like 1995, 1996. This is back when the Charter still meant something in the courts. So the law was totally on my side. I mean, there were just case after case with strong statements by high-level courts protecting freedom of speech and all speech, truthful speech, untruthful speech, truth in between, speech that's gray, whether it's true or not true, all speech, because courts understood back then how fundamental it was to have a liberal democracy, or in Canada, a liberal elected autocracy. They understood how important it was for such a polity to function. But I had a factual problem, is although the law's on my side, if the judge accepted Health Canada's narrative, he or she would be reluctant to side for me because Health Canada's narrative was, we have a rogue herbalist selling unapproved treatments, implication being that they don't work in their snake oil, for a serious health condition, heart disease, and some people may delay getting treatment because they're tricked by this fellow, and they might actually die. And if they don't die, suffer and have permanent health consequences because they waited too long to get proper treatment. You see how bad of a narrative that is. So I could have a judge who totally accepts the laws on my side, who will do everything he or she can not to side for me, thinking that it might lead to death or, severe injury. And that's just human psychology. So I thought, I have to deal with this narrative. So I go to his herb shop and I say, Jim, is there any way we can show that, you're telling the truth? Like, yeah, I'll put you on the stand, but your story will be a little self-serving because you're trying to defend yourself. Is there any other evidence that we have? Well, Rick, he went into the back and he brought me out. It was either 3 or 5 boxes filled with letters that people just felt obligated to write to him. And I take them back to my office. So we're talking thousands and thousands and thousands of letters. And I read them all. And they're all the same. So I had heart disease. I was sick. I was dying. I took your heart drops. I got well. God bless you. Now, those letters are pure hearsay. I can't enter a single one in court. But I can call the authors of those letters to take the stand, to swear to tell the truth. And that's actually the highest level of evidence in court. So I start phoning these people. On the day of trial, I had 5 middle-class professional witnesses, and I selected middle-class professionals because the judge is a middle-class professional. I don't want, that'll be the judge's people for credibility purposes. All 5 of these witnesses had heart disease. They had all had at least 1 open heart bypass surgery. One of them had 2. They all continued to have heart disease because the reasons their arteries were being plugged up was not being addressed by the medical system. And so they all needed another bypass surgery. 2 of them were too sick to survive the surgery, so they were sent home to die. The doctors ethically can't operate on you if you're not going to survive the surgery. And the other 3 weren't willing to go through that surgery again just to buy another year or 2 of life because the surgery was so invasive and the recovery was so difficult. So for them, the approved treatments were a death sentence. They were at a dead end. They all come across the heart drops, usually through naturopathic doctors. They all get well, and and this is the cool part. They had all been disabled, like probably on average for a decade. I mean, these are people that had had severe heart disease for a long period of time. They were all working full-time at trial. And you can't fake that. You can't fake being on disability insurance for a decade because you can't work, and then working full-time at trial. That was kind of my road to Damascus conversion experience, because when I was acting for Health Canada against Jim Strauss, I totally drank the Kool-Aid and bought the narrative that, oh, isn't it dangerous to have somebody selling a product that is unapproved by Health Canada? And I'll go into the legal philosophical problem with Health Canada's position. It's a severe problem. But I drank the Kool-Aid and just, without thinking, oh yeah, that makes perfect sense. But after I prepared for the trial, I understood that the opposite was true. The danger wasn't allowing Jim Strauss to sell an unapproved product. The danger was taking that unapproved product away from Canadians, which was the intention of the trial. I could have given you at that time the names, addresses, and phone numbers of thousands and thousands of Canadians who are only alive because of that single product. Now, what's important about this story is it, first of all, it tells us there's 2 sides to this equation. And it also tells us that there's a risk to removing products, because one of the difficulties with Health Canada, as they slowly but surely overregulate these out of existence, and I'll tell you a little bit later exactly what they're doing to take these products away. But they always say, well, there's a risk. These products present a risk. And because of that risk, we need to increase the regulatory burden, which the end effect is that they take products away. But they never, ever in the risk analysis consider the danger of removing these products. I mean, it's interesting when I was saying earlier that, 3 of the 5 leading causes of death in Canada and all Western nations are connected to chemical pharmaceutical drugs. You're nodding your head like this is common knowledge. Mm-hmm. Just how dangerous chemical pharmaceutical drugs are. And from a health perspective, you would think that if we wanted good health outcomes, we would do everything we could to keep people from ever taking a chemical pharmaceutical drug, and they would be the last line, the last option we would use when every other option failed. So, let's just talk about nattokinase, for example. Like natto, and some people pronounce it nattokinase. So forgive me if you don't like how I'm pronouncing it, but it's just
what is that? What is nattokinase?
It's an enzyme from a type of soy. So, and what it does is it can act as, well, it does act as a blood thinner. It also, like, people use it, if you have lumps in your breasts or scar tissue, things like that, it slowly dissolves these things. So it's a wonderful thing to take. And our mainstream blood thinner still, but for years and years, has been warfarin, which is rat poison. So because warfarin, that's how it kills rats, is it just thins the blood so much that they actually bleed out and die. Now, the pharmaceutical model, though, is that you will patent a new chemical. You will get it through the drug approval process, and then you'll push it on doctors. It'll be much more expensive. And they had come out with a new one called Pradaxa. And so they're pushing Pradaxa on doctors to use instead of warfarin because the pharmaceutical companies are going to make more money. Warfarin, there's no patent on it anymore. But the problem with Pradaxa is they didn't have an antidote. So if you take too much warfarin and you're bleeding out and you go to the emergency department, they give you a shot of vitamin K, and you know, more often than not, you're okay. Like it's an antidote, it stops it. But they didn't have an antidote for Pradaxa, and so people were showing up at the emergency wards basically bleeding out, and the emergency doctors didn't have an antidote. So there was nothing they could do. And it was actually hitting the mainstream media at the time because the emergency room doctors were frustrated. There now is an antidote, but they didn't have one for the longest time. Well, while this is going on, so while we're having a problem with Canadians dying because they're bleeding out with Pradaxa, Health Canada decides to take nattokinase off the market, saying it posed too much of a risk. But the problem is a whole bunch of doctors, medical doctors, were managing patients safely on nattokinase. Like nobody shows up at the emergency room bleeding out because of nattokinase. It just doesn't happen. So the point I'm trying to make is, you know, we should be pushing natural health products as the front line, especially for managing chronic illness. Like, I mean, we could just spend the whole day talking about that. But instead, we're told they're risky, they're risky, they're risky. But Health Canada never takes into account, well, what's the danger of removing the products? But even when they say they're risky, that's just a bold-faced lie. Because when they say that, what they're trying to communicate is the risk is so great that you actually need protection. And I'm going to say something to your audience, and this applies whenever. So whenever the government tells you you're in danger, you have to basically ask, well, okay, you're telling me I have this danger, but can you please compare it to some other dangers in my life so that I can kind of figure out really how dangerous is this? So when the government tells you you are in danger of natural health products, and I don't deny you are in danger, like you might be, you know, at a store and there might be an earthquake and some of the bottles fall on your head and you could get hurt. Like, I'm not saying there isn't a danger there. I'm being a little cheeky because of what I'm about to say. So most of your life, Rick, and most of my life, and most of your audience life, natural health products have been completely unregulated. You went into a health food store, you went to a naturopathic doctor or another practitioner, that was an unapproved product, dollars to donuts. Like, it's only very recently that we've, you know, been forced halfway into this chemical drug model. And I should say in the United States, they're unregulated. So do you feel dangerous when you order a product from the United States? No. Do you feel, you know, you're in danger if you go to a naturopathic doctor in the United States? No. But what the difference is their prices are about, you know, a third or a quarter of what our prices are. I was on a Twitter Spaces call with the National Citizens Inquiry a couple of months ago, and we had a practitioner on there named Brett Hawes, and he puts together a bunch of treatment protocols for both Americans and Canadians. And he says the same treatment protocol in Canada will cost 3 or 4 times as much as, you know, for the Americans, because their prices are so much lower for the exact same products, because we've decided to overregulate ours and treat them as drugs. And so what that does is it means that in Canada, only the middle class and upper class, and, you know, even part of the middle class can't afford to use natural health products because we've moved halfway into the chemical drug model. Well, what's the health consequences of that? And what are the freedom consequences of that? I'll get to that in a moment, but back to this risk thing. So we first started regulating natural health products officially in 2004. And it took us about 12 years to get most of the industry into compliance. So 2004, if natural health products were going to be risky. That should have been when you had to be stepping over bodies to get into the health food store. A client of mine paid for a very expensive risk analysis in 2004 by Professor Ron Law, who is a risk analysis expert. And he was using not just Canadian government statistics, but statistics from other Western nations to kind of give a comparative analysis. Well, okay, we know the risk of natural health products based on government statistics. How do they compare to other risks? So in 2004, when, if we needed regulations, this was our most dangerous moment that Canadians ever faced. You were 14 times more likely to be struck by lightning than to be killed by a natural health product. Now, 14 times is such a dramatic, so lightning is so dramatically more dangerous than all of the natural health products in Canada that it's really not fair to the natural health products to compare with lightning. Now, what freedom, Rick, are you willing to give up, or are your viewers willing to give up to be protected by lightning? None. The question is absolutely ridiculous. So then when we say, well, we need, to be protected by natural health products, it's laughable. 1 month of peanut butter use in Canada, 1 month of peanut butter use, because a number of Canadians die every year from peanut butter. And nobody can point to me a credible report of a single death in Canada ever. And we've had a robust adverse reaction reporting system since 1965. And no one can point out a single death, credible death caused by a natural health product since 1965 in Canada. So the statistical truth and reality is 1 month of peanut butter use in Canada is dramatically more dangerous than all of our use of natural health products as far back as we can remember. So this is just stupid. And it's stupid because almost every ingredient in natural health products is really in our food supply. And, most of them are licensed on traditional use evidence, like ginger tea. I'm sorry, if we're using something successfully and safely for 2,000 years, leave us alone, right? If we're eating parsley in our salad and it happens to have health benefits and we put the exact same parsley into a capsule, leave us alone. We don't need to pay 10 times as much because we've got to jump through Health Canada hoops. It's madness. And don't you dare put a single regulation on us saying they're risky without taking into account you're going to be removing products and what's the risk of that. So you always know that the government's lying to you on risk if they're saying we need to regulate something, if they don't show the consequences of the regulations also. So what happened, Rick, is natural health products just became more and more and more popular in the 80s. In the 70s, could you find a health food store?
No, I can't think that not really.
But at the end of the 80s, every mall had a health food store. People began to wake up to these, and so the FDA in the United States, the Food and Drug Administration, and Health Canada, both at the same time, started to impose the chemical drug regulations, which had never been intended for natural products, onto natural health products. And they were driving products off the market because you couldn't comply. And they were driving companies out of business. And citizens got mad. So in the United States, the citizen rebellion was so large that Congress was actually forced to hold hearings. How should we regulate natural health products? And Congress concluded, you can't regulate these as drugs. That's just stupid. And to pretend that they're unsafe, which is what the FDA was trying to do. Oh, these are unsafe. That's just craziness. So they actually passed a law called the Dietary Supplement Health and Education Act of 1994, where they classed them as foods. So this is important because we did the opposite. So in the United States, after Congress had a hard look, they classed them as foods. they put in a legal presumption. So by law in the United States, these products are presumed to be safe. So if you're going to go into court, FDA, and say these are unsafe, well, there's a legal presumption they're safe, that you actually have to overcome this legal presumption. And by law in the United States, the FDA can't take a single product off the market unless they have, pretty significant evidence that that specific product actually does pose a risk. So it's not that they don't have powers to take a product off the market, but they actually have to have actual evidence, not just, oh, I'm feeling angry today, I'm going to take nattokinase off the market and watch Americans suffer and die because they have to go on Pradaxa and warfarin. So no, they can't do that in the United States like they can in Canada. So in Canada, we have a citizens' rebellion, and it's so large. Our health minister at the time was Alan Rock. He holds a press conference and he says, we're going to back off. And he asked the Standing Committee of Health to look into how should we regulate natural health products. And he said, have a hard look, like don't just do a cursory job here. So the Standing Committee on Health, which is an all-party committee in Parliament that deals with health issues, they held the broadest consultations of any standing committee in Canadian history. And they said, you can't regulate these as drugs. Like and let's not pretend they're unsafe. So a number of years goes by, actually it was 6 years. Health Canada, had to take that time to do what they did. And then they come out with the natural health product regulations, which do the exact opposite of the United States. So in the United States, they're foods. In Canada, they're drugs. In the United States, they're deemed to be safe by law. In Canada, they're deemed to be unsafe by law. And we have to overcome that hurdle through a licensing process. In the United States, you don't need any government pre-approval to sell a natural health product. So basically, the United States just said, we've been using ginger tea to treat nausea and pregnancy for 2,000 years. We don't need government to step in now after 2,000 years. Like we're not going to take away our culture where we're not having a problem just because a regulatory body that gets most of its funding from chemical drug companies thinks that all of a sudden we're in danger after 2,000 years. So the FDA, the Congress said no, but in Canada, they're deemed to be unsafe. And in Canada, you now need government pre-approval to use anything natural for a therapeutic purpose. So you now, after 2,000 years of safe and effective use, can't sell ginger tea. You can sell it as tea. This is the irony, Rick. You can sell it as tea in the grocery store, but you can't in the pharmacy section have the same box, but just say, traditionally used for nausea, without going through a licensing process, which means the ginger tea in the pharmacy costs 4 times as much as the ginger tea in the grocery store section. Same product. Can you say madness, boys and girls? Yes. So what's happened in Canada is our prices just skyrocketed. They just skyrocketed because we've got this huge regulatory burden that we didn't have before and we don't have in the United States. So, the Canadian manufacturers, they struggle and margins are really thin because a lot of Canadians just order from the US because it's cheaper even with postage, right? Same products, and they're not regulated there. So, but we also lost a lot of products and we lost innovation. Like we don't have any new Strauss heart drops, and if we had time, I could go into True Hope Empower Plus, which, again, it's a blockbuster that just saved tens of thousands of lives. And we had all this innovation before the regulations, because what used to happen is let's say there was a health problem out there that really wasn't being addressed well with natural health products, is somebody would figure out, if I combine this herb and this, or this vitamin and this mineral, that could work. And they would try it. And if it didn't work, the product would disappear. Because, if you've got a problem and you buy a product for that problem and you don't notice any difference, you don't buy it again. But if it did work, it would just take off, and then everyone else would emulate what you did, because there's no intellectual property rights, right? So anyone can copy you, which is why, if you go to a health food store, you go to the, digestive section, and there'll be a whole bunch of products that, are amazingly similar. So, but now we can't do that innovation. And why we can't is we moved halfway into the chemical drug model. Well, we could use traditional use evidence to prove something works. Like that, when I say we moved halfway into a chemical drug model, I say that because we could still use traditional use evidence instead of running, clinical trials. And we also weren't subject to the drug licensing fees, which can be really, really high. So those were kind of the two concessions. But, it's one thing to have traditional use evidence for, let's say, ginger tea treats nausea. But if you're going to be innovating and combining things, it gets a little tricky. And so our innovation has dried up. And our products have also become less effective because to get through the licensing process, Health Canada would say, well, you have to drop this ingredient and you have to lower the levels of these other ingredients. And I remember when we were in this transition into these regulations, especially at the beginning, I would have manufacturer after manufacturer after manufacturer telling me, on our best products, our best sellers, Health Canada, for us to get a license, basically are putting us in a position where the product won't work anymore. And some of them dropped the product. Some of them just said, we're not ethically willing to make products for a condition that won't work because we've had to drop ingredients and we've had to lower the ingredients. And some companies made the decision to keep selling the products. And so if you weren't getting advice from, a natural health practitioner to say, you got to triple or quadruple the amount and add this, some of these products were functionally useless. What if you went and bought vitamin D and followed the label, which would limit you to 1,000 international units per dose? Like, why even bother taking it? It's going to be of no effect. Like, so everyone needs vitamin D, just in much higher doses than Health Canada allows us to tell you. It's almost like, we're deliberately making the industry ineffective. So now, I said we moved halfway into the chemical drug model. Now we're moving all of the way into the chemical drug model. So Health Canada's come out with what they call as the self-care framework. And so they are going to regulate natural health products in exactly the same way, 100% harmonization with how they regulate chemical over-the-counter drugs. And their justification is actually quite genius, like how they're selling this, is they say, look, Rick, you have a headache. And so you go into the drugstore to find, something for your headache. And in the pain relief section, you see aspirin sitting there on the shelf. And right beside it, you see white willow bark on the shelf. Well, both will treat your headache. But aspirin is subject to these really stringent and strict chemical drug regulations. And white willow bark is subject to natural health product regulations, which, are not as strict and is not as onerous. And that's just simply not fair to the consumer, Rick. The consumer should have the confidence that all of the products for the same condition are regulated the same. This is the party line, and it's really genius. Now, Health Canada, if we use that example, and I picked the aspirin example. So, but I picked it because, so aspirin is derived from white willow bark. So Lord knows, somebody will know, I just don't off the top of my head, how many centuries or thousands of years we have been using white willow bark as a pain reliever completely safely. Like you can't overdose on it. So just go gnaw on a white willow tree all day long and who cares? Maybe you get an upset stomach, maybe you won't. Right? But, help me out here. It's just, now one of the ingredients, because when you have something like white willow bark that treats pain, it's not going to be just a single ingredient in there. There'll be several ingredients and they're all tied together and they act synergistically. But what Bayer did is they figured out, well, what's the main molecule that that is the pain reliever in white willow bark, and then they tweaked it. They changed it slightly so that it was now a novel chemical, and then you could patent it, and then you get through the new drug approval process, and now you're selling it. Now, aspirin is still effective for treating pain. Even though they tweaked the molecule, it still works to treat pain, but it creates gastrointestinal bleeding, which lead to a number of deaths and hospitalizations each year. Even, like the number of Canadians that take a baby aspirin every day for heart issues. It's actually quite effective, but even that low dose can cause some very serious gastrointestinal bleeding. And white willow bark doesn't. It's ironic. It was the British government did a study comparing the two, and white willow bark has the same positive heart health effect without the gastrointestinal bleeding. But no government is going to push white willow bark. But so here we have aspirin, which causes a number of deaths each year and hospitalizations, and white willow bark that doesn't. And white willow bark that we've been using for centuries, if not thousands of years. So when Health Canada says we have to regulate them the same way, why? Their only justification is well, we use them for the same purpose. But they're completely opposite risk profiles. And they're completely opposite. And then now here's the real game. So our drug regulations, and thank you, Dr. Alan Castles, who testified at the National Citizens Inquiry in Vancouver, who also says this. He said at the National Citizens Inquiry under oath that our drug regulations aren't to protect health, they're to protect intellectual property rights. And I've been saying that for years also. So it's just, there's safety in numbers, but there's very few people that actually understand our drug regulations. And it took me a good decade to figure out, oh yeah, they're to protect intellectual property rights. And here's how it works. So first of all, we define drugs so broadly that it includes everything used for a therapeutic purpose. And I'll just stop. Rick, you're looking a little dehydrated. Can you take some water to treat that dehydration? Oh, I'm sorry, I just broke the law. I just suggested that you use unapproved water for a therapeutic purpose, and I didn't have go through the licensing process with the water that I wanted to sell you. But no word of a lie, if I wanted to sell water, and selling is giving away also, if I wanted to use water for a therapeutic purpose, I would have to get it licensed. This is how stupid this is. So we make it illegal to use anything for a therapeutic purpose, even things we've used for thousands of years safely. And then we pass regulations. So if you want to treat a serious health condition in Canada, heart disease, cancer, bipolar disorder, erectile dysfunction, and like anything that makes money too. So anything serious and anything really lucrative, arthritis, you have to go through what's called the new drug approval process. The regulations are in our drug regulations, C.08.001 is where they start. That process is so expensive, like it's likely the average cost is $1 billion. You could get through it for hundreds of millions, on a simple application. But I don't think in Canadian history, there's only been one product that has gotten through that process that didn't have a patent, and that product was sponsored by government. And the reason is because it's so expensive to go through that process that you only go through it if you have a patent. If you don't have the money to go through the process, you'll never raise it without a patent. And if you're a big company like Pfizer or something, you're still only going to go through that process if you have a patent. And the reason is if you're successful and you get licensing, then you can charge a super high price because no one can compete with you while you have your patent. So I use Viagra as an example. For those who were, aware when Viagra came out, it was, Viagra's for erectile dysfunction. And the advertising in the United States was so successful that in Canada, it might have cost $20-30 a pill when it came out. It was so popular. And at a time where that was, equivalent to like $100-150 today. And Pfizer could charge that because no one could compete with them. But now that the patent has run out, anyone can make Viagra. The generic name is sildenafil. So Pfizer can't charge as much because you're then going to buy Apotex brand or whatever because there's competition. So here we've created this process where it's so expensive to get through to treat a serious health condition that it's functionally illegal in Canada to treat a serious health condition with anything but a chemical. Now, that should sink in with your viewers. And this is deliberate. Our law doesn't say that. It's the effect of our law. So we are in a legal environment where the only legal options for a serious health condition is a chemical drug. Now, you don't get good health outcomes with that as being your policy. Now, what we're doing is we're moving that to moderate and even minor health conditions with this self-care framework. So when we're fully harmonized with the chemical over-the-counter drugs, we will no longer be able to use traditional use evidence to prove efficacy. We are going to now have to have the same level of clinical evidence that the novel chemicals have. But they have intellectual property rights and we don't. Natural products, you can't patent a vitamin and mineral combination or a combination of herbs or a herb. So we have no intellectual property rights. So nobody's going to do it. So we're going to lose. I don't know how many of our natural health products that are licensed on traditional use evidence, but I'll guess 3/4.
So these regulations, I mean, they're affecting manufacturers, but also retailers, right, and dealers. So can you speak to that?
Well, and first of all, I have to laugh at your term dealer because that kind of implies drug dealer. Because another aspect of the self-care framework, remember full harmonization, prior to June 22nd, if you were, in the natural health product industry and you violated the Food and Drug Act or the NHP regulations, your maximum penalty was a $5,000 fine. As of June 22nd, because they snuck into the federal budget bill, changes to basically apply the chemical drug penalties. So now, for natural health products, you've gone from a $5,000 fine to a $5 million for every day and if you're in violation. So let's say you ran an ad, you're a naturopathic doctor or a health food store, and you ran an ad for a product that went beyond the label claim. Like pretty well, almost every ad you'll ever see right now goes beyond what Health Canada thinks you should, because Health Canada doesn't want any truthful health information out there. So we're talking truthful ads. So saying vitamin C, can help mitigate the effects of chemotherapy. It's a truthful statement, but it's illegal because we censor truthful health information in Canada. Well, before a naturopathic doctor would run that ad or a health food store would run that ad, or, you have a little label violation. Well, yeah, who cares? I mean, let's correct it, but do you have to recall the whole batch? $5,000 fine, but now it's a $5 million per day fine. And, before you'd have the corporate veil or shield, but no, now it doesn't matter if you're a company, the company's liable for these $5 million day fines, but so is every director, officer, employee who participates or even acquiesces in the offense. And what does acquiesce mean? Like how minor does this get? But it's funny. So here in I'm not in British Columbia as we speak, but in British Columbia, we basically legalized hard drugs like heroin and cocaine and the like. So it's just, you use the word dealer, right? So, you can basically be selling those and you're not going to be subject to any fine. But my gosh, if you're selling, garlic or, oregano oil illegally, in any violation of the regulations, we're talking a $5 million a day fine. Like, it's Health Canada's new war on drugs. So, yeah, so I think we're going to the European model. So we're going to lose the right to use traditional use evidence. The other scary part is that Health Canada has said that under this self-care framework, which would be a looser framework than the new drug approval process, but much stricter than we have now, and we can't use traditional use evidence. But they've said under this self-care framework, we will only grant licenses for conditions which truly are self-care, meaning over the counter, meaning you go into the drugstore and you're not asking anyone for advice. You're just, oh, I have a headache, or, you know, I've got a rash, and you're making your own decision. That self-care. They're saying if for any condition for which you would seek the advice of a healthcare practitioner, you're not getting licensed under that scheme. Well, that means you're now under this new drug approval process that we can't get through. So we're going to lose all those products that our naturopathic doctors, our homeopathic doctors, our traditional Chinese practitioners, our, you know, nutritionists, our herbalists use to treat us. So what are those people going to do when they're out of work? And our only option is going to be to go to the medical doctor. So they're moving, and they're going to imply the licensing fees that the chemical drug companies have, which, and they'll phase them in slowly. Like, so they've already gazetted, we're going to do this, and they gazetted, you know, at the full price. But what they'll come back is they'll come back and say, well, yeah, we'll just start maybe at 1/8 of the full fees, and then they'll slowly year by year ramp them up to we're in full harmonization. So we'll lose a lot of manufacturers there. We'll lose a lot of products because it's increasing the price when the prices are already going up with the increased regulations. So I think, you know, 2 years out, you won't have health food stores, except, you know, maybe 1 or 2 in large centers, because they won't have anything different than the drugstores and the supermarket pharmacy section. So we'll have vitamins and minerals in, you know, with label claim amounts that are meaningless. We'll have single ingredient herbs and a few multi-ingredient products. Like, we'll basically be like Europe, where that's all you have, but the multi-ingredient products are gone, prices are way higher, and really, you know, to treat a health condition, you have no option but the chemical drug model. So it's going to be a bloodbath. And this is actually part of an international effort to harmonize how we regulate all of our health products. So it's no coincidence that, you know, right now the World Health Organization just decided, oh, we need to look into how we should regulate natural health products. And, you know, surely we need clinical evidence, so the standards of evidence are the same as for chemical drugs, all for your protection, Rick.
It's always about safety, right? Doing it for your safety.
Yeah, I'm just so thankful that the government cares for me that much, that, you know, they want our safety. But from a legal philosophical perspective, this is tremendously offensive. Even if, and we don't, but even if we had a regulatory body, so even if Health Canada actually was interested in good health outcomes, and your audience should know that when they're under oath, so when you have Health Canada inspectors under oath, they will readily agree that they're not there for good health outcomes. In fact, I remember I was cross-examining a Health Canada inspector on a file where, you know, this company was charged with selling an unapproved product, and this was a product actually that the decision ended with the court acquitting them on the defense of necessity. We had called, you know, just witness after witness about just the danger. In fact, one of the witnesses was Ron Lajeunesse, who was president of the Alberta branch of the Canadian Mental Health Association, who would hold a press conference every time there was a death, because there was a number of deaths. So this was another case where Health Canada restricted a product for a short period of time, and there was just death after death after death. And finally, they relented and allowed the product back on the market. So, you know, back to the balanced risk analysis. But even if, so anyway, in this trial, I have a Health Canada inspector on stand, and I'm trying to set her up for a later question, so she has to say yes. So I've got a bunch of questions where I'm 100% sure she's going to say yes, 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 and just agree, and now I create this box. And one of the questions was something like, well, you know, as a Health Canada inspector, you're there to protect our health. And she wouldn't agree. And I kept trying to circle around, like, surely she's going to say yes. And finally, under oath, she corrected me and said, no, I'm not there to protect your health. Health Canada is not there to protect your health. Health Canada is there to enforce the Food and Drug Act and regulations. Well, of course they are. Health Canada is there to enforce the Food and Drug Act and regulations. And when you read the Food and Drug Act and regulations, there's not a single word there about protecting health. There's not a single word there about acting in the public interest. There's not a single word there about getting good health outcomes. Let that sink in.
It's just about enforcement.
It's about enforcing the Food and Drug Act and regulations, and there's not a single word in the law about good health outcomes. So they're not there to protect our health. And the whole, I mean, it would be a whole different show on how even our drug approval process, safe and effective, is 100% fraud on the Canadian. It's the biggest fraud perpetrated on the Canadian public that I'm aware of. So, I mean, if you think that regulatory body is there to protect you, I can't stop from smiling, because it just, for somebody that has worked in the field for now 30 years, that's just patently ridiculous to me. And, the last thing I want to do is take a chemical pharmaceutical drug because I'm in the industry.
So essentially, Health Canada is a captured agency.
Yeah, I mean, there was a drug approval scientist, Dr. Shiv Chopra, who was a drug approval scientist there, I think, for 30 years, and he became a whistleblower. He wrote a book on it called Corrupt to the Core, which I'm sure you can still purchase. And he forced the Senate to call, I think, him and 4 other drug approval scientists on this corruption. And one of them, Dr. Margaret Hayden, did an interview with the CBC on this issue, because, this was back when media would report truthfully on things like this. And it was chilling, because Dr. Hayden explained that after you've been a drug approval scientist at Health Canada for a while, so these are the people that look, is it safe, is it effective, and understanding the safety and efficacy profile, is it a good idea, should we approve this drug for use? And she's explaining, well, as a drug approval scientist at Health Canada, after you've been there for a while, you learn how they're going to get around your decision not to approve a drug. So Health Canada's scientists will decide we shouldn't approve this. And she says, well, after you've been at Health Canada for a while, you learn how the management's going to get around you. And it's brilliant, because nobody's liable. So you have the Health Canada scientists say, no way should we approve this drug. And then what the senior management does is they appoint an outside body of experts. So you've got a number of them. That body will make a recommendation. You don't know who voted yes or no in that body, so how's there any liability for them? So that panel expert body will say, oh yeah, you should approve this. And then the management, who, as she explained, they're never doctors or scientists themselves, will approve the drug based on the recommendation. So the management isn't liable, because they're relying on this panel of outside experts. The panel of outside experts aren't liable, because you don't know who voted what. And then drugs are approved, and routinely. I mean, Dr. Hayden's making it clear. Well, you understand the pattern after you've been there a while. It's a pattern. So drugs that the Health Canada's own internal scientists say should not be approved, they're just too risky and don't have benefits, are routinely approved with this process. Well, you tell me it's not a captured. You tell me it's not a captured organization. And even how they're written. I mean, I was cross-examining I'll tell this story, and then I'll get into the good news and what we need to do. But I was cross-examining a psychiatrist that has a company that all this company does is get psychiatric drugs through the new drug approval process. And this person under oath started complaining to me under oath, saying, when we have a new antidepressant drug, because you have to give Health Canada 2 double-blind clinical trials of a sizable size that have this magical statistical separation with the sugar pill that we pretend means the drug works. So you got the placebo group taking the sugar pill, you've got the a group taking the drug, and there has to be this magical statistical separation. There's got to be just enough, and then we pretend that means the drug works. So this psychiatrist who does drug approval was complaining to me, well, we got to give Health Canada 2. Well, now on a new antidepressant, we just run 8 double-blind clinical trials out of the gate. We just do 8 at the same time. Because we need to run 8 to get the 2 that show the statistical separation with the sugar pill. We don't have to give Health Canada the other 6. We just have to provide the 2. Now, you tell me this isn't a fraud perpetrated on the Canadian public.
So they know that statistically, if they run the test enough times, they'll get enough of the outcomes in any compartmentalized study so that they can just 2 out of the 8 will give them the result that they want.
That company's figured out they need to run 8. So they just do 8 out of the gate. That's their magic number. Whether that's changed or not, I don't know. But at the time, it was 8. So we're in a train wreck here, Rick. Now, this is good news, though, and it's good news, because we really are. If Canadians don't step up and do something, we are going to lose our natural health products. But it's just so blatant and so obvious that Canadians will get mad, because about 70% of us regularly use natural health products, and the 2 largest citizen rebellions in my lifetime have been over natural health products. So 98 and then 2008. And both times Parliament backed down. Now, we're in a brave new world where Parliament is really unresponsive to the public. And we've just gone through this COVID thing, which it could be a whole other show. In fact, maybe we should do one on how the drug approval test was changed for the COVID-19 vaccines. And the test doesn't even have the word safety in it, let alone efficacy. And a bunch of other things happen. I'd be glad to come back for that, because it's shocking, and that should get out. But Parliament's become extremely non-responsive. And we've got all these freedom groups, that have sprung up with COVID that would love to have an issue to see, can we get Parliament responsive again? So I'm involved with a federally incorporated nonprofit called the Natural Health Product Protection Association. The website is nhppa.org, and hopefully you can put a link up to it when you post your show. So nhppa.org. Okay. We're going to start, we had started the Citizen Rebellion in 2008, and we were successful. We're going to start it here. We're already coordinating with the freedom groups to make it a much wider campaign. But we need you to go to our website and subscribe. There's a contact page or a subscribe page. Give us your email address, because then we can alert you to campaigns that we run, because otherwise we can't plug you in. And we must, we need your financial support. We're asking people, we think this campaign is going to last for a year. And, this is life and death. And Rick, I don't know how you're funded. Do you just take donations, or how do you fund yourself?
That's it. Okay,
so let me speak to your audience here, because I've been on a lot of podcasts since I was involved as counsel with the National Citizens Inquiry, and now with this NHP issue. And I'm with podcaster after podcaster that they're living like church mice. They're sacrificing their standard of living greatly, and people aren't supporting them financially, as if we're in some third world country and they can't support. And so I'm saying on these programs, how dare you? How dare you watch podcasters like Rick and not support them? Because none of us would know what's going on. We wouldn't even have a freedom movement if we didn't have people like Rick sharing the truth with us. And it's a lot of work to put on a show like this. It is a huge commitment to do what he's doing. And you support him financially, and you support the other podcasters financially. We're in an information war where literally lives are being lost. Our economy is being wrecked. and we have to fight back. And people like Rick need to have the resources to do it. So I just say shame on you if you're not supporting him. And likewise for NHPPA, we truly need your support. We're the only trade organization out there with the expertise and the plan to get this done. And for other freedom groups too, like, we're in a war and you have to step up. So
Did I get that? I don't think I got the link correct. It's nhppa.org?
yeah.
Okay,
that
so
should
yeah,
be right.
I made an error. So
Yeah, NHPPA, right. Yeah. So it just stands for Natural Health Product Protection Association. So nhppa.org.
There it is. That's the right URL there. nhppa.org.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you for the endorsement as well. There are a lot of live streamers, podcasters, influencers, freedom fighters out there who do deserve more attention and support. And it is an information war. And that's why you're so important in the work that you're doing, because you're helping to get helpful information out there that otherwise would not reach people. So I'm grateful for what you're doing as well.
Well, yeah, and Rick, I'm grateful for what you're doing, and it's just been a pleasure to get to know you. So,
is there anything else you'd like to add today, Sean? I know that we're kind of coming to the end of our time here, so I'll just throw it out to you for some final comments.
Yeah, no, I mean, other than the comment that, like the NCI experience made it clear that we're not alone. Like, we've all gone through this, COVID thing, and most of us felt isolated and alone and afraid. And you're not alone, and you're not isolated, and we're actually the majority. And it's time for us to stop pretending that the emperor has clothes when the emperor doesn't. So, we can start talking about vaccine injury. We can start talking about how this vaccine wasn't proven to be safe and effective. Like I say, I think I need to come back on your show for that, Rick. Mm-hmm. And we actually have to start taking responsibility. And so I really do implore you to get involved with the NHPPA, support us financially, give us your email address. We already have a campaign going to pressure MPs, letter writing and Meet Your MP campaign. It's already had effect. The Conservatives now, it's part of their platform is to repeal sections 500 to 504 of Bill C-47, our budget bill. And that's because of what we've been doing. So, but we need you to get involved. This is going to be a year-long campaign, and it's just not going to be an easy one. So, yeah, so that's a page from our website. As I say, please support us financially. We need that support and commit monthly, even if it's a small amount, $25 or $50, it all adds up. Give us your email address. We're going to be sending out emails for volunteers and the like, and about campaigns. So please plug in.
All right. Sean, thank you very much for joining us on the program today. It's been an absolute privilege, and we will have you back to talk about those vaccines. That is a subject that I know will generate a lot of response and interest. So thank you, sir.
Thank you, Rick.
We are Mavericks. We say no to the Trudeau and Biden New World Order. And to bugs. Because bugs are creepy and gross. And people should not eat bugs. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Hey, no! It's 2 bucks!
The New World Order. Government overreach. The Great Reset. Mainstream media lies. Now more than ever, independent voices are needed. Donate now, at freedomreporters.com. That's freedomreporters.com. Maverick News. The antivirus program. For your mind.
I'm back. Did you see this stuff out of Philadelphia? Dozens of people facing criminal charges after a night of social media fueled craziness. Groups of thieves and vandals, it looks like they were working together, possibly smashed their way into and through stores in several areas of Philadelphia. They stuffed plastic bags with stolen merchandise and then took off. They've made at least 52 arrests. Burglary, theft, other counts of, well, just all kinds of different charges filed so far against these people. And all but 3 of them are adults. They're describing it as kind of a criminal flash mob. It all happened overnight Tuesday. They looted stores. Lululemon, Foot Locker, Apple stores. They came, all of this came after a protest, which is described by the mainstream media anyway as peaceful. All this over a decision, a court decision to dismiss murder and other charges against a Philadelphia police officer who shot and killed a driver. The victim's name, Eddie Irizarry. And his window was rolled up, I guess, at the time, shot through the window. So I guess those who were doing all of this ransacking were told they probably were not affiliated with the protest. So police held a news conference. They called the group a bunch of criminal opportunists. So you can see they're getting smarter out there, folks. I guess there were at least 18 state-run liquor stores that were broken into. So the Pennsylvania Liquor Control Board closed all 48 of its retail locations. None of the people working there were hurt, but some people were pretty badly shaken up. So it was pretty much mayhem. And I've got a little bit of video here for you to show you what it was like. We can kind of scroll through some of these Twitter posts to show you, but here we go. Oh, hang on. She's insane. Somebody has likes to leave.
God, they fucking you up!
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Check this one out.
Free iPhones! Free iPhones! Free iPhones! Look, security running.
Oh shit, I saw it.
Yeah, next!
And so they go out and they need to feed their child and they don't have money. So you maybe have to, they're put in a position where they feel like they either need to shoplift some bread or go hungry that night.
Right. Or shoplift a phone. I don't know if you can eat a phone like that, can you? Here you go.
Got one! Got one! Got one! Got one!
Philadelphia. Craziness.
Uh-oh. 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 Damn! Taya! Taya! That's, oh my God. Free Philly! Free Philly! Okay, don't touch him! Oh my God, record this! 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 Look, they had me. Record this. Bro, I got.
Gosh. Oh, man. I don't know what it's coming to anymore, man. What else do we have for you? Yeah, we've got an improvised explosive device. It was planted on a vehicle in Barrie, Ontario, Canada, and police locked down and evacuated an area in that town today. Barrie Police Services say that this thing was placed on a vehicle in an Ann Street North parking lot and was detonated around 3 a.m. People living in the area called 911 to report hearing a loud bang. No kidding. 2 vehicles were damaged. Police believe the owner of the vehicle that had the device planted on it was probably the target, or had been targeted by someone or some group, most likely some sort of organized crime, so say police tonight. And they are hoping that the owner of the vehicle cooperates with them and say if that happens, they will very likely be able to put together a list of suspects fairly easily. Here, I'll show you at least a photo from the scene. Right there, as you can see. An IED. Now, folks, that is not the kind of thing you hear about too much in Canada. But we're hearing about it tonight. The details, the motive behind it, we don't know at this point. See what happens. And astronaut Frank Rubio is back on Earth after setting a new record. So he's an NASA astronaut and was up in outer space with 2 Russian cosmonauts, and they've returned to Earth, and they've been up there for over a year. He's now set a record for the longest U.S. space flight. He was up there for 371 days. It was supposed to be originally a 180-day mission, but Rubio spent more than 2 weeks longer in space than Mark Vande Hei, I don't know how to pronounce his name, who had the previous NASA endurance record for a single space flight. Russia holds the world record, though, 437 days, which was set back in the mid-1990s. The Soyuz capsule that brought Rubio and cosmonauts Sergei Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin back was a replacement launched in February. Russian engineers suspect a piece of space junk pierced the radiator of their original capsule late last year, midway through what was supposed to have been a 6-month mission. Engineers worried that without cooling, the capsule's electronics and any occupants could overheat to dangerous levels, so the craft came back to Earth empty. There wasn't another Soyuz to launch a fresh crew until this month. The replacements finally arrived about 2 weeks ago, and then these guys got to come home. So they're back on Earth. I don't know if we have video of that or not. Probably do. I'm pretty sure we probably do. Here we go. Let's take a look, shall we, at Frank Rubio and friends from Russia coming back to Earth. At least we're able to do this and not fight with each other.
100 meters to go. The crew being told to brace for touchdown.
Object getting close to touchdown. Object
touchdown. Touchdown confirmed at 6:17 a.m. Central Time. Rubio's record ride comes to an end as he, Prokopiev, and Patelin return to Earth after a 371-day, 157 million-mile journey at the International Space Station. The third longest flight ever in human spaceflight history is over with a pinpoint landing on the steppe of Kazakhstan.
Bingo! There you go. Yeah, we can show you some other footage. See, I think when you're in outer space, too, for that long, you kind of get soft. Your muscles shrink and stuff because there's not as much gravity up there. There's no gravity, right? So when you get back to Earth after spending that much time up there, I think you have to go through a bit of a rehabilitation period. So they're carrying this guy here.
Пристегнутый, то есть он не отстегивается. Ну, то есть как будто висишь, но ложемент все равно тебя эксперименты, достают бортовую документацию, достают всякие рядышком.
That's why you have to do like isometric exercises up there.
Продолжает работать.
Keep your muscle mass up. How do you feel? I feel like I can't get up. I feel like I've fallen back to Earth and can't get up. No kidding.
Мне кажется, здесь вряд ли что-то сейчас было, то есть все нормально.
Pretty cool.
Чтобы как раз пыль не поднималась, то есть обязательно стелят и которые происходили в космосе и на орбите Земли. Поставила спускаемый аппарат с помощью там ну, ПМ-ка.
Spam in a can. And look at that. There's the Whopper. So, a nice little achievement for an American, courtesy of Russia. That's funny. Okay, let's take another break, and when we come back, we'll go to the phones for a few minutes. Stay with me. Be right back after this.
Greetings, brave Mavericks. Our quest for truth continues. We go beyond fake news. Together we expose propaganda. Together we pull others out of rabbit holes. We are maverick thinkers. We are all unique individuals, defenders of individual rights and freedoms, credible, trusted, grounded in reality. Maverick News, Maverick News. Defending free speech, free speech. Donate at freedomreporters.com. Do it now. Tomorrow may be too late. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Okay, I'm back. And we've got the phone lines rocking and rolling here, so here's the number to call if you want to join the conversation.
Join the conversation. Call 1-833-975-3733. That's 1-833-975-3733. Free. Speak up. Speak out. Make your voice heard. Maverick News. Fighting for freedom by defending your right to free speech. Be a Maverick. Join us.
Okay, folks, here we are. Let's go to the phones, and here's John. He wants to talk about vitamins. Hello, how are you tonight, sir?
John, how you doing, man?
Excellent. How are you?
Watching the Blow Jays.
Oh.
Yeah. Let me pause the sound. Okay. I'm still on there. What the heck?
I
I'm
don't
sorry,
know.
Rick.
There's two of you on there, or more.
There. That's it.
Okay.
I had to mute you. I gotta mute you.
A lot of
Did you
people
get my
wanna
letter,
mute me.
by the way?
Yes, I did. Thank you very much.
Okay, good. I'm glad. I'll keep doing it as long as it keeps getting there. I don't know. Sometimes I've had stuff stolen in the mail. That's all I know. You know?
Yeah. Well,
usually coins. I put coins in the mail, and they can feel that, and they go, "Oh, what's this?" I'm gonna open it up and steal the coin.
No
I've
issues.
had that done to me.
No, very helpful. Thank you.
So, yeah, I've been taking vitamins for years, and they like for the COVID. I was, it's very important. Like vitamin D, vitamin C, that they're very, very important. Those two.
Yep.
But I take a bunch of. I take zinc, turmeric, and it does help. It's for your immune system.
Yeah.
It fights the immune system.
Yeah.
You can get like there's vitamins like I know friends of mine take vitamin B6 or something. I have you got to be careful. Certain vitamins, if you take too much, could damage you. Vitamin A, vitamin B,
vitamin E,
because we get it in our foods.
Yep.
Yeah, I take vitamin E actually. I do take vitamin E 400 IU or something.
Yeah, I don't know what the safe dosage is, but if it is possible to take too much vitamin E. I do know that.
Like zinc I take 25 milligram, right? Zinc, because I get zinc in my food, but not too much. Tonight I had pizza. There's no vitamins in pizza.
I don't know. It has all the kind of the food groups. You've got some cheese for your dairy.
It's garbage food, Rick.
Your crust is made of wheat, and you've got whatever you put on it. Your pepperoni's your meat, and your you can put anything you want.
Pepperoni is garbage.
Yeah,
it's garbage. Green peppers are good, and this one girl, when we used to take her out for pizza, she was a meat lover. Oh man, the pizza, she cost me a lot of money. It was like $30 for the pizza, but she had every kind of meat you can think of: mozzarella, pepperoni, sausage. What the heck? This stuff's a heart attack shit. She's a meat lover. What can you expect, huh? It was good though, but it's just too much stuff. Today I went to give blood, Red Cross. I do it twice a year.
Yeah.
They take out the last time I went 2 months ago. There was a young girl and she missed my vein, and the blood didn't come out, so she had to pull the needle. And she said, "We can't do it again. You gotta have to wait 2 months." I go, "What? Just use the other arm." No, we can't do it. So today I made sure they did it right. I even got this black supervisor there. She was supervising because there was another young girl. They got these young girls, and you know, my veins, you can't see them, you know, and everybody has a hard time finding a vein. So, anyhow, success. They take out a liter of blood out of you. I asked her, where does the blood go? She says to Brampton, and they test it out there. And I said, where does it go from there? Ontario. People who need it in Ontario. Oh, okay. I said, you know, that's rare blood there. It doesn't have mRNA in it. She goes, no. She didn't know dilly squat about it. I had to educate her.
You'd think that somebody who has that kind of training would have at least a rudimentary knowledge.
And she was an old black lady who, you know, probably knows a lot about, because she knew my veins, man. She can find the veins. She knew a lot about it. And I told her, I said, I'm an electrical designer. I do a lot of funeral homes, and we do incinerators, and you know, where they do the bong and they take all, you suck all your blood out of you, you know, before they burn you or whatever, put you in a coffin.
Yeah.
These people, I talked to some of them, and they're telling me they're pulling out like 1.5 foot of blood clots out of people's veins.
Mm-hmm.
They've never seen it before. And anyhow, kind of scared her. She didn't know, and she says she had to get it. She has to get it because of work, eh? I says, why does he make you do that? You know, like, I said, it's a free country here. Like, why should they force you to something you don't want to do? You know, like.
Yeah.
Anyhow,
that's the way it is.
But
and that's what we've been fighting for. Whatever. Yeah.
I give blood because it's healthy, Rick. I know you don't give blood, but
how do you know? How do you know I don't give blood? Did I tell you I don't give blood?
Oh, I know you like a book there, Rick. I know you like a book. You don't even like doctors.
So, did I tell you, or are you just guessing?
No, I'm guessing, but I am guessing right.
Yeah, I don't give blood. You're right. I
know you don't.
I don't give blood.
I know, but you know your body gets full of iron.
Yeah.
And when I give blood, it gets rid of the iron in your bloodstream.
Yeah.
Which is a healthy thing.
It is.
There's too much iron in your body. Again, this is all boils down to vitamins. If you take iron, it's not good for you because we get iron from their meats and you know what I mean, all kinds of food that we eat.
But what if you're anemic and your iron count is low? Then you need iron.
Then you don't give blood. Oh, by the way, when I was giving blood, this is no word of shit here. There was like an Indian guy next to me, young guy. He wasn't too old.
Yeah.
And I just got into the chair and, getting comfortable. And he was finishing off. They pulled the needle out of him and he fainted. Mm-hmm. They had these nurses there fanning him, slapping his face, fanning him. I go, uh-oh, ambulance time. Anyways, he came to. About a couple of minutes later, he came to. And they made him sit in the chair for a while and talk to him and make sure he was all right.
Hey, are you okay, buddy? You all right?
He fainted. He fainted.
Yeah,
that's the first time I've ever seen that.
Drive my car now and go home.
That's the first time I've ever seen that there. I've never seen anybody faint. So.
And so you see why I don't give blood?
Yeah, well, me, everywhere. The doctors will go, "You allergic to anything?" I go, "Nope, nothing. Nothing hurts me." I go to the dentist. I just went last week, and she's doing scaling, and I said, "Listen, you can dig as deep as you want. The pain does not kill me. I can take it, you know."
Yeah.
And she's taking like me, tough. You gotta be tough there, Rick. You know. But anyways.
Well, you're a hero, John. You probably saved somebody's life by giving blood. Yep.
Well, you know, to be honest with you, Rick, I about 10, 15 years ago, I thought I had a cold, but I had a sore throat from, I guess I was snoring at night. And I said, I'm going to the doctors. See, this is what people do today. They get a little sore throat, they go to the doctor because they got a cold, right?
Yeah.
So I go to the doctor. I said, my throat is really sore. It's raw because I was snoring. It just dawned to me. So she gave me penicillin. Oh, she says, oh, there is flu bug going around right now. I says, oh. So she gave me penicillin. The pill she says, take it all. Take it all. Don't leave anything. You allergic to penicillin? I says, never. I've taken it many times. Okay, take it all. So I took the whole bottle of the penicillin. Next thing you know, like, it went away about a day later or 2 days. You know, it was gone.
Mm-hmm.
I was getting weak. I couldn't stand up. And I'm going, what the heck? So I was scared. So I called this girl up. She was staying with me and make sure I was okay. And then we went to the hospital, and the guy thought I was a junkie. He gave me Percocets. I took a couple of them, and it made me really dizzy. So I went back the next day, and I said, these things are making me dizzy. So he gives me Tylenol 3s or something, eh?
Yeah.
And I says, I don't know. She says, well, come back to my place because you can't stay here. I went to her place, and I was getting weaker. I couldn't even stand up. I said, phone the ambulance, please. I can't even get up. The hospital, I went back twice. The hospital here, it sucks, man. And they thought I was a junkie, and they're just giving me hardcore pills. I went to her place. She's right by Coxwell Hospital there. I took the ambulance took me there, and the doctor looked at me and goes, you're not leaving. You're staying here till we find out what you're doing, what happened. I was paralyzed for over a month. I couldn't move, couldn't eat, everything. My whole body was paralyzed. I felt like ending it all. I said, I don't want to live like this. I'm not living in a wheelchair. I said, I don't give a shit. I'm going to end it all. And no. Yeah, I'm going to end it all, you know, because I'm not going to live like this. They kept doctor after doctor after doctor. Nobody could figure it out. One smart doctor said, you got Guillain-Barré. I said, oh, shit, what's that? Well, you took these pills, and you didn't have no virus in your body, so they started attacking your spine, the nerves. And I said, oh, fuck, so what are we going to do now? Am I going to be crippled all my life? Well, we're going to try a transfusion. We're going to get blood from old black ladies or healthy black ladies, and we're going to do a transfusion. But the transfusion is slowly, like every day they give you just slow. I was in emergency care for about a week to finish the transfusion.
Yeah.
And then I started getting strong. I had to learn how to walk again. See what they do to these doctors? They kill you. So take vitamins, man. I'm telling you. So now I'm saying I want to keep my immune system strong. You take vitamin D, vitamin C, zinc, very important drugs. Vitamins, I should say.
Yeah.
That's the way it is, there, Rick. And people don't believe it. And I know this one person brought me to her. She's one of, what do you call those people? They're not doctors. They're
homeopathic.
Yeah, that's it.
Care providers or
she
whatever.
took me in a room. She took me in a room. Big bucks that's expensive because the healthcare doesn't cover that. It costs you like $500 to sign up.
Yeah.
But I had a free pass, and she took me in this room, and she had a whole wall, there's little vials of everything. Who knows? She gave me a little vial. She goes, "Take this, and you'll be better." I go, "Okay." I don't think it helped. Anyways, yeah, but I don't know, but that's another treatment. But yeah.
Well,
What you are is what you eat, Rick.
you are what you eat.
You eat burgers every day, you're gonna have a heart attack.
Yeah, or pizza.
Or pizza, yeah. Well, tomorrow I'm going to Metro. They got barbecue chickens on sale. I'm gonna get one of those. Friday I'm going to the Blue Jay game.
Yeah.
It's the last game, I think. But they're giving away free hoodies, so we got tickets for that.
Oh, hi.
And we're going to City Hall before it. There's a Every Child Matter protest at the City Hall, Toronto City Hall there.
Oh yeah.
So I'm gonna wear my orange shirt, and then I'm gonna wear my orange shirt to the Jays game. It's the last game of the year, and I don't think they're gonna make the play. I'm watching. I got $100 on them. I got $100 on the Yankees tonight. Yeah, I'm doing good. Last weekend I made a good chunk of money. That's why I said I sent you something, Rick. But anyways, that's what I am. I think I got a problem. I like to gamble. I gamble on anything. Yeah, but
well, as long as you're winning more than you're losing, then I guess it's okay. But
well, that's it. Yeah. You know, that's one thing about me. If I lose, like if I go to a racetrack, some days you have a bad day. If I lose 3 races in a row, I'll go home. I go to the casino, I bring $50. Yeah. If I don't win anything on $50, I go home. I'm not going to hang around and lose $500. You know.
Yeah.
If I play poker and I'm having bad luck with my cards, I get up and change seats with another seat. Yeah. That always brings me good luck. Or I go home. It's not my night. It's all in the stars, Rick. You know, if you got luck that day, you got luck. If you don't, you don't. Like I've lost money on sports. This Judge, this guy's a monster. Aaron Judge. One more thing I seen the other night. They have these. Now this is cool, Rick. It's a robot that cleans toilets. They have them in a lot of the Walmart stores and everything. Okay. This robot goes into the urinal. It cleans the urinal, cleans the sink. It does a great job, and then it goes to the next urinal and cleans it. Right? Nobody likes cleaning toilets. Not even the refugees don't like cleaning toilets. So it's hard to. Every time I go into the toilet, it's disgusting in there. You know, I don't really give a shit. I like disgusting places there, Rick. I like dives. You know, when I go, oh look, he hit another home run. Oh my God, this guy's killing him. Aaron Judge, another 2 home runs tonight. This guy's killing it. 6-0 Yankees. I'm just.
And here's your play-by-play action.
Yeah, well, I got muted right now. But yeah, I think the Jays are done. They're toast. Leafs are next. They'll be toast. Raptors will be toast. We don't have Canada doesn't have. You know what the problem is? Nobody wants to play in Canada because of the taxes. Yeah. You get paid in American money, but you know the taxes you got to pay in Canada. You know.
Yeah.
Best team to play for is Texas or Miami. There's no taxes. Yeah, these guys aren't stupid, man. Yeah. So those robots, you should look into them. I think that's one of the best robots that I think is. Well, actually, robots are for car assembly and see what's going on with the Ford there with the Ring of Fire up north. You know the Ring of Fire?
Yeah. What about it?
Okay. The natives are stopping Ford from going there to grab the minerals for the batteries, because that's where all the battery mineral is.
Yeah.
In Ontario.
Yep.
There's a lot of whatever you call it for the battery.
Lithium.
And the natives go, we don't. Yeah. To make the batteries for these, Ford signed these big contracts for the batteries in Windsor and London or wherever it is, and that's where they go get the, and they don't want the lakes polluted. They don't want, and they're not getting nothing out of it, right? So maybe if you buy them all, you know what I mean, and see Trump today with the electric cars. There's a meeting right now. I think there's a big thing going on with all the DeSantis and everybody. Trump didn't show up.
Yeah, that's the
He went to
second
the-
GOP debate. We may go to that live actually in about 15 minutes.
Okay, yeah, he went to the Ford strike thing, like, and he's complaining that nobody wants electric cars.
Yeah.
Right? Like they're forcing them to build electric cars.
Yep.
And Trump's saying nobody wants electric cars.
Yeah.
We don't have the infrastructure.
Yeah.
You got to go dig this cobalt, like you said.
Cobalt.
Natives don't want
lithium,
you digging that shit.
other
Cobalt,
chemicals,
whatever it's called. Lithium, yeah. They don't want you digging that shit up and polluting all the water. Look what's happening in Africa.
Yep.
So these liberal, socialists, NDP, whatever, they're all brain dead there, Rick. Brain dead. So.
All right. Well, we better move on,
Anyhow.
John. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, nice talking to you.
Yeah, great call.
Talk to you later. Bye.
Entertaining as always. So who do we have up here next? I think this is Noel. Hello, Noel. How are you tonight?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm just fine. Go ahead.
Good. Just to confirm, my name's Noella.
Okay, Noella.
There's an A on the end.
Okay.
But anyways, I just wanted to say it's truly an honor to speak with you because my husband and I have been listening to you for close to a year now, and faithfully every day. It's peace and quiet from the time your show starts until it ends. And I just want to say that you have really opened our eyes to Canada and the country that we're living in right now, all the trouble that we're in. But I just wanted to say thank you for having such clarity on your shows that we're able to learn so much from you. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
And you're welcome. And regarding vitamin D, I this is what prompted me to call in tonight. I'm a long-haul truck driver, and I was down in Florida not long ago, and I ended up it was extremely hot, humid, and I had ended up kind of semi-passing out. I lost my breath, my air, and I ended up going to the doctor right away, especially being down south because we are Canadians. So I went to the doctor when we got back into Ontario, and but we live in Vancouver. And when we got into Ontario, I went into the doctor, and I got a whole bunch of testing done. And it had been found out that my vitamin D was critically low. And so they actually, I think the recommended dosage is 1,000 or 2,000 IU a day. And right now they have me on, and I couldn't believe this blew me away. They have me on 20,000 IUs once a week, every week. And it was just, yeah, it was sure a shock to me as well. But I just wanted to say I'm doing well, doing much better, and I never realized just the importance of vitamin D and that it can get dangerously low. I did not realize. But I've certainly found out, and things are going well. I got to go back for testing, but yeah, that was a real shocker.
Well, I'm glad that you called to share that with us, because I know a lot of people, even though there is a lot of talk about vitamin D, especially these days, a lot of people still are kind of unaware and don't realize how much they really need, and that it's usually far more than they say on the label, right?
That's exactly correct. Yes. And, being also long-haul trucker, the food that you get to choose from out here is not good. A lot of the travel stops have improved. They have hard-boiled eggs in cups and salads and fruit cups, all kinds of great choices now compared to what they had, but still, how long has it been sitting there, and you just don't know. So you've really got to be careful out here and be very choosy on what you do purchase for groceries. So it's really important for us specifically because we're probably not getting a lot of the nutrition that we need. So therefore we are pretty high end, I guess, vitamin people. Just to compensate for what we're not getting out here. Yeah. So.
Wow.
But anyhow, I'll keep it short. I know that you have other callers. And again, we appreciate you and your show and your knowledge. You've really widened our horizons of just what's going on in our country.
Well, thank you so much.
And we thank you very kindly for that. You're very welcome.
Yeah, I appreciate the call. It was a good one. Make sure you call back. I enjoyed this. Thank you.
Sure, Rick. Thank you kindly.
Okay.
Bye now.
Take care. And we have, I am not sure who this is, but somebody that has called in before. No name on the screen. Who is this?
Hi, it's Chris. It didn't come up again tonight?
No name on the screen. But that's okay.
Okay, that's just so weird. Oh, I don't know. Sorry about that. I do give it my name. I don't know why it doesn't pick it up. Anyways, I'm in a much better frame. I'm in a better frame tonight, better mood tonight. I wanted to apologize for last night. I was really not planning on breaking down. I feel really kind of embarrassed that I did that on your show. But I was really, really distraught. Today, well, I'm still angry. I guess I'm more to be angry today because, as far as I'm concerned, he didn't apologize.
Yeah.
Not one bit did he apologize today.
Yeah.
Same old. I mean, did you expect anything different of him today? And it really goes to show you that he really, really supports Ukraine. I mean, he doesn't even seem to care about Canadians anymore.
Right.
I was just blown away by that. But I guess we'll just have to wait the waiting game now. I mean, I think the pressure's on him. So
no question, they had that. It looked like
what
they
he
had
said
that.
Today didn't cut it.
Yeah, it looked like they had some sort of an emergency cabinet meeting overnight. All those vehicles lined up outside. Yeah. Not exactly sure what was said in there, but it had something to do, I think, with what we witnessed today. And that guy's got to go,
I
man.
think so.
He should go.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
He does. Seriously, he's got to go. Your first caller there, John. Mm-hmm. So he said he gives blood, and that's wonderful that he does that. But, I have to tell you, I got hold of the blood bank out here, I guess back in the spring. And I asked them, I said, so if you have to get a blood transfusion, I said, do you guys monitor the blood? Like, do you check it to see if the people have had the shot or not, right?
Yeah.
And she goes, we can't ask the people if they've had the shot because that would upset them. So when you give blood, when you go to get blood, you don't know what you're going to get. You could get some of the mRNA, or you could get a clean batch like with John there, right? You don't know. So I told my doctor, I said, you know what? there's no transfusions for me unless it's from somebody I know that has been not jabbed, because I'm not going down that road. So they said, well, we can do that if you're going to have a serious surgery and you knew you needed blood, but if you have a car accident and you need blood right away, she said, I guess you're going to die. Mm-hmm. So either way, I mean, you get it or you don't get it, right? But I think that we need another blood bank here, just separate. That's my opinion, anyway. That's kind of been a conversation out here for quite a while on that. So it's kind of neat that he brought that up, anyways.
Yeah, yeah. Good
and
points.
For the and for the the natural, like I take vitamin C, and vitamin D is that's the sunshine one, right? That we get when we go naturally, right. That you get when you go outside.
Yes.
Am I thinking right?
Yep.
Okay, so then my neighbor across the street, you never see her. She'll come out for a few minutes and then she's back in. She closes her drapes as soon as the sun hits her windows. Like she's so pale looking, and she's always sickly. And I'm thinking, so that must be what she's lacking then, is the sunshine, right? Or vitamin D. Like, I don't know a lot about vitamins. Like, I take the vitamin C. I tried to take zinc once, but it really made me feel unwell. So I stopped taking that. But I really think that if you can go natural, it's way better than pharmaceutical. And I think what Trudeau is now trying to do with this herbal stuff, I mean, you know how many people go to natural health food stores? Like, we have 3 of them in my town.
Yeah.
What's going to happen to these businesses?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, because they have all these new licensing fees they want to layer on top of them, all these regulations, all these fees. Oh. It'll make it almost impossible for a lot of these independently run holistic natural product retail outlets to survive. Like, a lot of them are going to close.
So what about like the big, like if you go into Walmart, or sometimes you'll go into like Shoppers Drug Mart and that, you'll see like one whole aisle will just be all natural. So what's going to happen to that stuff? Well, like, is that still going to be able to get that in these stores?
I think what you'll see is that the smaller, it's just going to put all the money into the big companies again. The little guy won't be able to pay all the licensing fees and all of that, and it's just going to layer so many regulations on that it'll make it impossible for small stores to survive. And then the only stuff you'll have access to is probably at like Shoppers Drug Mart, or the Loblaws stores, which is the same thing, same company, as a matter of fact, or just all the big chains, or Walmart, because they can afford to pay the fee, and they'll do enough volume, because they've got people buying groceries and shoes and toys and electronics and all the other stuff in one location, and they dominate the market. So it'll put the little guy out of business and throw all the business to the big corporate, big box stores again. I think ultimately that's what will happen. And you'll see fewer products on store shelves, because the regulations will make it more and more difficult to get approvals for them. And you'll see fewer new innovative products, because the approval process and the fees will make it prohibitive. So yeah, I think it's going to have it'll have a dramatic impact on that industry.
What about so if you go in Walmart, you see all this diet supplement stuff. Is that does that fall into that category? Like, all this powdered diet stuff and energy bars and protein.
I couldn't say. I think it would depend on what the formulation is. If it's all natural, then right now it would be something handled in a different way. But if it's a drug, then like a man-made drug or derivative of some natural thing that they've isolated and patented, then that would be something different. Right.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess it'll be interesting to see what happens, but I think if people need to stand up over that, because a lot of people do you know, a lot of people take that natural stuff. They don't want this pharmaceutical stuff. They don't want prescriptions handed to them all the time.
Yeah.
Right? Like that's just, I don't know. But anyways, that's all my rant for tonight. I just wanted to apologize for last night and for breaking down.
Hey, man, the whole country is upset. The whole country is embarrassed and sad.
Yeah.
Depressed. Thank you, Justin.
Yeah.
You know, again, just.
Well, and you know, yeah. And you know, I agree with you. That Nazi guy, if he does go back to Poland, he does deserve a trial.
Yeah.
I mean, as much as he did commit all this stuff, obviously, he still deserves a trial. But you know, really, at 98 years of age, is it? I don't know. Is it even worth it for them to have him go back to Poland? I mean, seriously, like, the guy could have 6 months left. He could have 2 months left. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just. And I'm not standing up for the guy. Don't get me wrong. I'm not standing up for him at all. But I know where you're coming from. That everybody deserves.
Everybody, no matter what the crime, you have to.
Yeah.
You have to go through the process. That's part of living in a free and democratic society. You can't just go around and lynch people.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's just
exactly. Exactly. And I'm, you know, we can only hope that Trudeau gets enough pressure put on him that he'll. And take his little Freeland with him.
Yeah.
She's no better, right?
A lot of pressure
but, well,
on
I guess
right
we'll just have to see what happens. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, she's kind of gone into hiding now, too, hasn't she? I haven't seen her for a few days now.
She did a news conference. I'm not sure when. I don't know if she did one today. I think yesterday.
Oh okay.
I think, yeah.
Oh, okay. I just did. Someone said that she's gone into hiding now too, and I'm going, well, what did she I mean, I didn't see anything she really did except applaud, but she's with Trudeau. But no, Trudeau is so brainwashed. Everything is Ukraine, Ukraine, Ukraine. It's just I mean, nothing against the Ukraine, the innocent Ukraine people, but it really is getting over.
Yep.
Over. It's sickening. I don't even know what words to say because I don't, you know, you're on the air, right? But it really just, enough is enough. Like, let's concentrate on Canadians and getting this country back in order.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
I agree.
All right, Rick, you have a good night. We'll talk to you later.
Chris. I appreciate it very much. Let's go to Choosy.
Okay, thanks.
Choosy, my friend,
Rick,
how are you tonight?
I'm all right. I've been doing my preparations. I did a couple of chin-ups. I stretched my pectoral muscles in the doorway. I did a couple of squats and lunges. I did a shot of alkaline structured silver solution and cleared my throat. I think we're ready to go.
Right on. Okay, lay it on me. What do you got?
Most people are deficient in their minimum daily requirement of simple electrolytes, potassium, magnesium, and salts. 98%. That speaks highly towards the Inquisition and the failure of patient family education in the system speaks volumes of the lack of intention.
Yep.
All right. They don't want a healthy population. Bill Gates told us to our faces and in public videos, they don't want a healthy population. So we need to educate ourselves.
Yep.
Because the Knights of Multimedia is never going to complete a therapeutic soap note format all the way through, and they're going to mess with it right from the get-go with the failure to differentiate between subjective and objective observation. And it's the medical inquisition is symptomatic of the broader inquisition. And we need to step back and see that the problem is greater than national, it's global. And in saying no to any one Knights of Malta and their invariably founded toxic alphabet entities, we need to say no to all of them simultaneously and do it together. And that's what we're doing. And I've seen evidence growing every week that the people are getting it, the doctors and lawyers. And I'm telling you, they've been on me with, trying to make me miserable with my tablet dysfunction, which is one reason why I decided to call in tonight, because they started giving me trouble again. I was like, fine, I'll call.
Well, I'm glad you did. Debate starting up here.
The end result is still good.
Yeah, my computer's kind of
all right,
up
Rick.
Here, so yeah, and I want to get to, I think Leo's on the line and maybe a couple of other people, so see if I can get to another call just
please
for
do. Yeah.
Thank you.
Leo is the king.
Sorry, what's that?
All right, thank you, Rick, for all you've done and you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the call. Okay, I don't know if he stayed on the line or not. And who else do we have? Amy? No. Here he is. Here he is. He's the man. He's back. Hello, sir. How are you tonight?
Ricky, don't lose that. Ricky, don't lose that number. It's the only one you'll go. You know that song?
I do. Yes. How you doing?
Do. Now, you know what? Great. Like I said, the best thing that ever going to happen in Canadian politics is happening before our eyes. I give Trudeau the political life expectancy of less than a loaf of bread. Okay, it's getting moldy, and he's going to get tossed out soon enough.
Yeah.
Okay?
Let's keep it tight too, Leo, because the debate, the GOP debate is starting right now. So I'm going to get you to just give me a quick final thought, and we'll put the audio up here so people can see this.
Quick final thought?
Yeah.
Quick final thought on the health food stuff. Okay, it's out of order what they're trying to do, but it's not stopping you from using it yourself. So grow your own herbs, do what you got to do. You get the recipes on the internet, make your own shit, save a ton on your car insurance. With that being said, let's get to the GOP debate.
All right, thank you, appreciate it. And Pam, I am so sorry. I'm going to have to pick you up the next time around. And yeah, it looks like John calling back. So got to drop out of the calls, though. We're going to go to the GOP debate live right now. Here we go, folks. Get the audio up so you can hear what's going on. Stick with me. I'll be with you.
Who says, you can follow me. I've got you. Don't worry. President Biden is trying to do that with Bidenomics.
And yesterday, he joined the picket lines where auto workers are demanding more wages and job security. Senator Scott, you recently reacted by praising Ronald Reagan for firing air traffic controllers in the 1980s, saying, you strike, you're fired. Would you fire thousands of striking auto workers today, sir?
Hang on here. I'm just going to put this up this way. Should be a little smoother for us. Here we go.
$86 billion for the union pensions because they continue to...
Oh, what the heck happened? Did we lose that feed? Oh my goodness, I am so sorry, folks. Hang on, I'll get it right back. Hang on. We lost the feed, but I've got her. Don't you worry, here we go. It's coming up now. I've got it. He's saying we have to close the southern border. Here we go.
Every county in America is now a border county because fentanyl has devastated Americans in every single state. I will also say 6 million illegal crossings since Joe Biden has taken office, and he eliminated Title 42. The one thing he should do is finish the wall, reinstate Title 42, and get the job done.
Well, I can promise you that we are going to have a lot of questions on the border and immigration. But in the meantime, we do want to talk about the economy and jobs, and especially want to talk about this strike for just a moment more. Mr. Ramaswamy, you've said you really empathize with the strikers. You're standing next to Senator Scott. And do you agree with what he said, or do you think he's wrong?
I agree with some of what he said, for sure. I like the spirit of it. I'll say that I don't have a lot of patience for the union bosses. I think that's where he and I actually have a common view. I do have a lot of sympathy for the workers, however. People are going through real hardship in this country. I've been through hardship growing up. My father stared down layoffs at GE under Jack Welch's tenure at the GE plant in Evendale, Ohio. My mom had to work overtime in nursing homes in Southwest Ohio to make ends meet and pay off our home loan. So I understand that hardship is not a choice. But victimhood is a choice, and we choose to be victorious in the United States of America. You know what, if I was giving advice to those workers, I would say go picket in front of the White House in Washington, D.C. That's really where the protest needs to be. Disastrous economic policies that have driven up prices, that have driven up interest rates and mortgage rates. At the same time, wages is remaining stagnant. What we need is to deliver economic growth in this country. Unlock American energy. Drill, frack, burn coal, embrace nuclear energy, put people back to work by no longer paying them more money to stay at home, stabilize the U.S. dollar itself, and rescind a majority of those unconstitutional federal regulations that are hampering our economy. That is how we unleash American exceptionalism. And that's not a Democratic vision or a Republican vision. That is an American vision, that we embrace economic growth, and capitalism is still the best system known to man to lift us up from poverty, and we should not apologize for it. That's what it means to be an American.
Together, the CEO.
Sorry, guys, for this terrible
Motors,
feed.
Ford and Stellantis make
Bad. Come on. Piece of crap. Let me take a quick break. Oh, I'm still working on it. Hang on.
State of Indiana. We brought 12,000 factories back to America during our administration. I know some.
It's terrible.
About manufacturing. And I got to tell you, while the union bosses are talking about class warfare and talking
I'll do it
about
this way.
disparity in wages, I have to tell you, I really believe what's driving that is Biden has failed. Wages are not keeping up with inflation.
I'm working on it,
Auto
folks. I'm
workers and
working
all
on it. I'll get it.
American workers are feeling it. In fact, Families are struggling in this economy.
Terrible.
And Joe Biden's Green New Deal agenda is good.
Come on, Pence. I don't know if I... This is pretty bad. No, can't watch it that way. Okay, they're going to charge for it there, and I don't do that. We don't do that. Come on.
For Beijing and bad.
Let's focus on what it takes to get more cash in the pockets of workers.
No, it's terrible.
That's when we'll be able to deal with strikes like this, not sitting on a picket line. Like Joe Biden is.
Thank you, Governor Haley. We have other questions to get to about economy. Allow me to.
I just have to. I'm sorry.
Allow me to.
I'm sorry. I have to jump in. Because we're missing the point.
Terrible.
Every other network is missing the point. The reason why people are
maybe right here
striking in Detroit is
maybe
because Joe Biden's interference with capital markets and with free markets. The subsidies were subsidizing the automakers, and we're subsidizing the cars, and a particular kind of car, not every car. We're subsidizing electric vehicles. And when you decide that we're going to take all of your taxpayer monies, take $1 billion, subsidize a certain type of vehicle, and the batteries come from China. China controls 85% of the rare earth minerals. They're called rare earth because they're measured in parts per million. China is moving 100,000 pounds of earth in Indonesia, in Africa. They're literally destroying the planet so that they can make a battery that's in a car subsidized here. That's why they're striking, because they need 2/3 less workers to build an electric car. Joe Biden, this strike is at Joe Biden's feet.
We're going to keep the topic of economy, but allow me.
Come on.
To follow. The follow-up question to Governor Christie. The government will shut down if Congress does not reach a deal by the end of this week.
Really, really sorry, folks. I don't know why their feed won't lock up. Let me take a real quick break. I'm going to come right back. And we're going to reboot this thing. Here we go. Hang on.
Greetings, brave Mavericks. Our quest for truth continues. We go beyond fake news. Together we expose propaganda. Together we pull others out of rabbit holes. We are maverick thinkers. We are all unique individuals. Defenders of individual rights and freedoms. Credible. Trusted. Grounded in reality. Maverick News. Maverick News. Defending free speech. Free speech. donate at freedomreporters.com. Do it now. Tomorrow may be too late. Maverick News. The world is watching. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Through the Congress, how could you do it as president?
Certainly one of the things I did as a member of Congress was to make sure that we protected the Head Start programs around the country, giving people the opportunity to pick and choose the place that they send their children. The challenges that we see today under the Biden administration is that the cost for daycare has gone over $15,000 per child. In the Build Back Broker plan, he called it a Build Back Better plan, it was going up to $29,000. The way we fix that problem is to make sure that we actually cut taxes and give more Americans their money back. When I helped write the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, we actually lowered a single mother's taxes by 70% on the federal level. For dual income households by 60%. Then we went a step further. We doubled the child tax credit and made it refundable. By doing that, more parents had more resources to make the decisions how to take care of their family. The one thing we should do is let the American people keep their money. When that happens, the greatest opportunities rise from the ashes.
Okay, I'm going to give you 15 seconds. Go ahead, and then we're going to the border.
Ilya mischaracterized a part of my view. I think this artificial division is unhelpful in our party. The real divide is not between the Republicans on this stage. And in the Reagan Library, I want to say these are good people on this stage. The real divide is between the majority of us in this country who love the United States of America and share our founding ideals. Free speech, meritocracy, the idea you get ahead in this country not on the color of your skin, but on the content of your character, and the fringe minority in the Democrat Party that has a chokehold over that party. That's the real divide. So this populist versus classical debate is artificial. We need to unite this party.
Can I speak about the administration?
We are going to talk about immigration and the border and
child care. We have
I think we're going to go on. You have to. We have all these questions. We're going to get to you. We're going to come back to you. There's a lot of time.
We're about child care. Nobody answered the question. In North Dakota, we knew that the cliff was coming. We knew that there was going to be millions of people without it. And so guess what? We planned.
Okay.
When we passed legislation because child care.
We will get you some questions, but you're going to have to let us move on. We are going to the border next.
Child care is workforce infrastructure.
I haven't been given a chance to respond.
In 1984, President Ronald Reagan said the following.
The idea of amnesty for those who have put down roots and who have lived here, even though some time back they may have entered illegally.
2 years later, President Reagan granted amnesty to nearly 3 million immigrants, something no Democrat or Republican president has done since. Governor Christie, as governor of a non-border state in 2010, you supported a path to citizenship. But when you ran for president in 2016, you flipped, saying immigrants should be tracked like FedEx packages. Where do you stand now on a path to citizenship for 11 million of undocumented immigrants?
The problem is that since no one has done anything since we first had this discussion 13 years ago, we're not in a position to be able to do any of that anymore. What we have to do now is first treat this like the law enforcement problem it is. Our laws are being broken every day at the southern border, every day. And Joe Biden and his crew is doing nothing about enforcing that law. They are letting it go. And by the way, they announced during the presidential race they were going to let it go. And we need to have a president who acts like I did as governor. enforce the law, first and foremost. And that means what I'll do on day one is sign an executive order to send the National Guard to partner with Customs and Border Patrol to make sure that we stop the flow of fentanyl over the border, but also to make sure that we send a much different message. We want you here in this country to fill the 6 million vacant jobs we have, but only if you come here to follow the law and only if you come here legally. If you come here illegally, we will apprehend you and we will send you back across the border from which you came. And the fact is that until we set a law and order agenda in this country, not only now but in the future, we won't be able to continue this. And I'll tell you this. Donald Trump failed on this as well. He said he was going to build a wall across the whole border. He built 52 miles of wall and said Mexico would pay for it. Guess what? I think if Mexico knew that he was only going to build 52 miles, they might have paid for the 52 miles.
Thank you, Governor. All right, Governor Haley. Most illegal immigrants are coming from countries south of the border. You've seen the Fox News drone. It's captured this steady stream of people coming into the country on a daily basis. In fact, I believe we have a live picture of it tonight. That is happening right now, live. In the last decade, the U.S. has spent nearly $55 billion to address the root causes of migration. But crime, poverty, and corruption, they persist, and the number of migrants is only growing. Are we wasting our money?
Well, what happens is when Joe Biden waved the green flag, it told everybody to come. And now we've seen 6 million people cross the border. We've had more fentanyl that have killed Americans in the Iraq, Vietnam, or Afghanistan wars combined. We need to make sure that we are a country of laws. The second we stop being a country of laws, we give up everything this country was founded on. So we have to secure the border. The way we do that is, first of all, defund sanctuary cities. You see what's happening in Philadelphia right now. It's got to stop. We need to make sure we put 25,000 more Border Patrol and ICE agents on the ground and let them do their job. I spent 400 miles down that border, and I'm telling you, Border Patrol agents aren't allowed to do their job. Let's go back to remain in Mexico policy. Instead of catch and release, let's go to catch and deport.
What about the aid that federal taxpayers are paying to deal with the root causes? It's not working?
The only aid that we should be spending right now is to secure the border, the southern border, the northern border, period. We need to keep Americans safe, and right now Americans are not safe. Only when we fix the immigration system, only when we get the border secure, should we ever look at putting any more money into this. Our money should be about keeping Americans safe. We're not doing that. Joe Biden's not doing that. And you mentioned Congress and shutting down government. I'll make it clear. We have to change the budget process in 4 years. In 40 years, Congress has only delivered a budget on time 4 times in 40 years. If they don't keep the government open, they should not get paid. No pay, no budget. That's the way we should.
Governor DeSantis, we have a question for you. Governor DeSantis, China invested $12 billion in Latin America just last year. They signed strategic partnerships with 7 countries, including Mexico. And China's military ties to the region now include arms sales and training exercises. Are you comfortable with China deepening ties with our southern neighbors?
Of course not. And the reason why we're in this mess is because elites in D.C. for far too long have chosen surrender over strength when it comes to the CCP. Some people in our country got rich, our industrial base got hollowed out, and they have been able to build the second most powerful military in the entire world. We need a totally new approach to China. We are going to have real hard power in the Indo-Pacific, like Reagan, to deter their ambitions. We're going to have economic independence from China, where we're decoupling our economy, and we are going to go after the cultural power they have in this country. As governor of Florida, I banned the CCP from buying land in our state. We should do that all across these United States. We shouldn't have them in our universities. We shouldn't have Confucius institutes. So you see a country in decline, our power's in decline. China's going to surpass us this decade, and if they do that, that's going to affect every single American household. As your president, I am not going to let that happen. I'm going to reverse this country's decline. We are going to choose strength, not surrender when it comes to the CCP.
America is not a country in decline. Under Joe Biden, we are a country in retreat.
You propose, quote, universal deportation for all undocumented immigrants and their children. even if the children are citizens of the United States? Under what legal premise would you expel U.S. citizens?
So the first thing I want to say is I agree with everything. The Republicans on the stage are on the right side of this issue. Militarize the southern border, stop funding sanctuary cities, and end foreign aid to Mexico and Central America to end the incentives to come across. But I do go a step further. You're right about that, Ilya. I favor ending birthright citizenship for the kids of illegal immigrants in this country. Now, the left will howl about the Constitution and the 14th Amendment. The difference between me and them is I've actually read the 14th Amendment. What it says is that all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the laws and jurisdiction thereof are citizens. So nobody believes that the kid of a Mexican diplomat in this country enjoys birthright citizenship. Not a judge or legal scholar in this country will disagree with me on that. Well, if the kid of a Mexican diplomat doesn't enjoy birthright citizenship, then neither does the kid of an illegal migrant who broke the law to come here. And as the father of two sons, it is hard for me to look them in the eye and say, you have to follow the law when our own government fails to follow its own laws. That's how we really go the distance and solve this problem and restore the rule of law in the United States of America, because that is part of what it even means to be an American.
Senator Scott, you oppose ending birthright citizenship. What does Mr. Ramaswamy have wrong on that issue?
Yeah, there's no doubt the fact that when you think of the Constitution and the 14th Amendment, it was certainly written as it relates to slavery, not as it relates to illegal immigration. It's been applied to illegal immigration. So the challenge that we face is, in fact, one that has to do with whether or not the people that come here are under the jurisdiction of our laws. And frankly, if you come here illegally, you are not. Now, surviving a Supreme Court argument is something I can't tell you. But from a perspective of the Constitution, I think it's simple that clearly it was designed for slavery and not for illegal immigration. I'll go one step further, though. When we have a conversation about the things that are happening on this stage, we think about the fact that Vivek just said we were all good people, and I appreciate that, because last debate he said we were all bought and paid for. And I thought about that for a little while and said, you know, I can't imagine how you could say that knowing that you were just in business with the Chinese Communist Party and the same people that funded Hunter Biden millions of dollars was a partner of yours as well. It's not nonsense.
So look, here's what I want to respond. These are good people who are tainted by a broken system, and it's not the fault of anybody who's involved.
Some of us are tainted, but the bottom line is when you
Excuse me. Thank you for speaking while I'm interrupting. While I'm speaking.
You said bought and paid for.
If I may finish.
You can't be on both sides.
Gentlemen, you'll have your turn.
One of the challenges we should have a
focus on the issues that matter.
between
Vivek and business in China. Everybody knows that.
If I may
focus on holding Joe Biden accountable. That's what we need to be focusing on.
I actually agree with Ron DeSantis.
Speaking at the same time, no one can understand
Exactly.
your message.
So if I may, I agree with Ron DeSantis on China. When every other CEO expanded into the Chinese market, you know what I did with my first company? We opened a subsidiary in China. But you know what I did that was different than every other company? We got the hell out of there. And when I started my next company, Strive, right when that's years ago. Right when I started my next company, Strive, to compete against BlackRock. Excuse me. To compete against BlackRock, I made a commitment that we would never do business in China. And I will say something.
Yes. I think you have more than time to explain your point.
Well, if I was interrupted by a lot of people here, and I want to be respectful because I believe these are good people, but I do not believe in these. We're sitting here in the Reagan Library.
Yes, I wish you
in
did
the
not think it
honor
was
of
midnight
Ronald
in
Reagan's
America.
library, if I may, from one admirer of Ronald Reagan to another. From one admirer of Reagan to another, we cannot sit and violate Reagan's 11th commandment.
I want to hear about that.
Let's have a policy debate.
What's going on?
Let us have a policy debate.
Let's have about their records.
Let's have a policy debate. And the right answer is we need to declare independence from China, and I will see that through.
Vice President Pence, in 2017, the Trump-Pence administration canceled DACA, which put the legal status of 600,000 Dreamers in the hands of the courts. Dreamers work and they pay taxes. As president, if the Supreme Court ends DACA, would you work with Congress to reach a permanent solution for Dreamers?
Well, first, let me say I'm glad Vivek pulled out of his business deal in 2018 in China. That must have been about the time you decided to start voting in presidential elections. So we're nice to have you participating in elections. So let me speak to this issue. Number one, I negotiated the Remain in Mexico policy with the Mexican government. We used economic power to bring the Mexican government to the table. We built hundreds of miles of border wall, and despite what's said here today, we reduced illegal immigration and asylum abuse by 90%. And as President of the United States, I can do it again. And the truth is we need to fix a broken immigration system, and I'll do that as well. But first and foremost, a nation without borders is not a nation. And we have to secure the southern border of the United States of America. I know how to do it, and we will do it again. Let me say one other thing about China. Let me say one other thing about China.
Would you negotiate with Congress to give a solution to the problem that Dreamers have right now? They are on a limbo.
Well, let me tell you, I served in Congress for 12 years, although it seemed longer. But you know, something I've done different than everybody on this stage is I've actually secured reform in Congress. You know, Ron, you talk a really good game about cutting spending, but you've increased spending in Florida by 30%. When I was a member of Congress in 2006, right after Hurricane Katrina, Dana, you remember it, we stood our ground. I led House conservatives. We cut $100 billion out of the federal budget. It can be done, but as I said in the last debate, I'll say again, this is no time for on-the-job training. I'm going to be ready on day one to get Congress to step up, secure the southern border of the United States, build a military fitted to our times, and we're going to get spending in Washington, D.C. under control once and for all.
On the other side of this break, and I propose to go to a break. How will these candidates make America safer as rising crime plagues our cities? Debate night continues in moments.
Maverick News. The world is watching.
The New World Order. Government overreach. The Great Reset. Mainstream media lies. Now more than ever, independent voices are needed. Donate now, at freedomreporters.com. That's freedomreporters.com. Maverick News. The antivirus program. For your mind.
We are Mavericks. We say no to the Trudeau and Biden New World Order. And to bugs. Because bugs are creepy and gross. And people should not eat bugs. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Hey, no! To bugs!
It helps if I unmute my mic. I was just saying, I think that public interest in the presidential race has kind of dropped off a bit over the last month. So we'll see if this debate rekindles any interest. And of course, Trump not there tonight. We'll see if this has any impact on the polls. I don't know. I think him not being there probably won't hurt him. I don't know if it will help him. And afterward, I think it might actually help him by not being there. I think sometimes it as a result, people focus on that part of it, and then they still include him in the discussions about who won the debate. And inevitably, his name comes up, and they look at the bigger picture that way, right? So, I don't know. By choosing not to go, could have gone either way, but because it's Trump, I think I don't think it hurts him at all. I think it might actually help.
And welcome back to the Reagan Library for the second Republican presidential debate. I do want to just remind everyone, there's 1 minute for questions, 3 seconds for a follow-up, and the more you mention each other, that means the fewer questions you're going to get. Okay, so we want to talk about crime. This has been a horrendous problem in our country. The Fox News and others have been covering it. Governor Christie, crime in major cities is striking fear into the hearts of Americans. Just last night, looters took over the streets of Philadelphia. You said in the last debate that you would use U.S. attorneys to prosecute crimes local prosecutors won't. But they are stretched as well, and they could not handle all of the lawlessness, the shoplifting, all the carjackings, the armed robberies. They're all surging. Progressive prosecutors were elected by their constituents, and they can't be fired by a president. So what would you do to end the revolving door of criminality?
Well, look, Dana, I'm the only one on this stage who's done it. For 7 years, I ran the 5th largest office in this country at the U.S. Attorney's Office in New Jersey, and we set records for the number of prosecutions that we brought that still have not been broken. And the reason was that we went after the crime that was affecting people's lives. And as president, I will appoint an attorney general and instruct that attorney general that you are to put all the resources that are necessary to bring our cities back under control. The fact is, they will be stretched. There's no doubt about that, but that's what they take the job for, because they love the idea of enforcing the law. We've got to bring law and order back to this country, and not just in our cities, but we need the law and order back everywhere. We need law and order back in our suburbs. People are threatened there. We need it in our rural areas. People feel threatened there. And we need it in Washington, D.C. also. And Donald Trump should be here to answer for that, but he's not. And I want to look at that camera right now and tell you, Donald, I know you're watching. You can't help yourself. I know you're watching, okay? And you're not here tonight, not because of polls and not because of your indictments. You're not here tonight because you're afraid of being on this stage and defending your record. You're ducking these things. And let me tell you what's going to happen. You keep doing that, no one up here is going to call you Donald Trump anymore. We're going to call you Donald Duck.
All right. I want to ask Governor DeSantis, you fired a couple of prosecutors in your state, but as as president, you would not have the ability to do that. How do you think about dealing with the root causes of crime, especially this revolving door of the criminals that just get out and come back and commit another crime?
Well, the crime in these cities is one of the strongest signs of the decaying of America. We can't be successful as a country if people aren't even safe to live in places like Los Angeles and San Francisco. Just being in Southern California over the last couple of days, my wife and I have met 3 people who have been mugged on the street, and that would have never happened 10 or 20 years ago. In Florida, we back the blue. We support the men and women of law enforcement. They are keeping us safe. We have a 50-year low in the crime rate. And yes, when I had 2 progressive prosecutors that weren't following the law in Florida, I removed them from their posts, and the people of Florida are safer as a result of it. As president, I will use the Justice Department to bring civil rights cases against all of those left-wing Soros-funded prosecutors. We're not going to let them get away with it anymore. We want to reverse this country's decline. We need to choose law and order over rioting and disorder.
On a related subject, Governor Haley, there's a nationwide policing shortage. Retirements are up. Recruitment is in the tank. Morale is at a record low. 3 years ago, you signed a pledge to support law enforcement. Now, pledges are a nice idea, but what's your actual plan to get more police on our streets?
Well, and I actually did it in South Carolina, too. You know, what we knew in South Carolina was you take care of those who take care of you. We have to start taking care of law enforcement, but it's not just taking care of them with words. It's making sure that you also follow through on what they do. Right now, we have a lot of stolen guns on the street. Well, these law enforcement officers, they arrest these people, and then they go and they're let out the very next day. So law enforcement feels like no one has their back. We have to start prosecuting according to the law. We have to make sure we have the backs of law enforcement, and we have to make sure that we're a country of law and order. But I want to go back to China because I don't think we spent enough time on that. Right now, we have to look at what government's doing to hurt us against China, too. You have a company, U.S. Antibiotics, that produces amoxicillin, the #1 antibiotic that we need. And right now, there is a company in Bristol, Tennessee, that produces that, yet our federal government only gets it from China. We need to be focusing on companies that produce in America and supporting those companies that produce in America, not companies that are helping China.
Governor, we will be talking foreign policy later. Delia?
Yes. Thank you, Stuart. We're going to stay in the topic of crime because it affects all of us. Governor Burgum, for the first time ever, a Univision poll found that mass shootings and gun safety are one of the most important issues for Latino voters. Mental health concerns are not unique to the United States, but gun violence is. What is your specific plan to curb gun violence?
Well, first we need to understand is I think that the liberal left seems to be just completely bent on prosecuting law-abiding citizens that are gun owners, because every solution they have to this is take away the Second Amendment rights of Americans, and somehow that's going to solve the problem. But all these cities that we're talking about that you showed the videos of tonight, they have some of the strictest gun laws in the country. So we know that that's not what's working. What we have to do is get back to the core issues about the family. We have to get back to behavioral health and mental health. We've got to get back to actually enforcing the laws these people talked about, and like we've done in North Dakota, where we've got the goal and we're on the track to be the most military-friendly state in the nation. We've got the most military and the most support of what we're doing in terms of law enforcement, because the morale is down because we've been defunding the police, because they've been attacked in the press. The police have become the bad guys when they're the one. There's all these jobs available in America. Why would you be a policeman if people don't even respect them? Every time I see a policeman, the first thing I say is thank you, and so does everybody else in my family and most of the people in our state, because they know we have to respect the people that are out there defending us every single day.
Can I answer the question on mass shooting?
Mr. Ramaswamy, according to Customs and Border Protection, about 90% of fentanyl is seized at official border crossings, and 57% of the smugglers are U.S. citizens. How would you stop fentanyl brought into the country, mostly by U.S. citizens, through ports of entry?
There's two sides to this, and we have to be very honest about it. One is we do have to seal that southern border. Building the wall is not enough. They're building cartel-financed tunnels underneath that wall. Semi-trucks can drive through them. We have to use our own military to seal the Swiss cheese of a southern border. But we also have to be honest. There's a demand-side problem in this country, too, a mental health epidemic. I met family in Iowa. Two parents, Kathy and Derek. They lost their son, Sebastian, 17 years old. He bought Percocet on Snapchat, and then he died. Why did he die? Because it was laced with fentanyl. That is closer to bioterrorism, not a drug overdose. That is poisoning. So it is our job to make sure that never happens. But it's also our job to make sure that 17-year-olds don't turn to Percocet via Snapchat. We have to bring back mental health care in this country, not with pump-in pharmaceuticals, but with faith-based approaches that restore purpose and meaning in the next generation of Americans. Many of them are getting it through social media. And this isn't a Republican point or a Democrat point, but if you're 16 years old or under, you should not be using an addictive social media product, period. This is something that we can both agree on, and we can revive both the mental health of this country while stopping the fentanyl epidemic that will kill more people this year than who died on 9/11, and I refuse to be a passive bystander sitting in the White House like the hollowed out husk of a current president we have. We will step up and address this problem to stand for Americans and our children.
Quit encouraging TikTok. Quit encouraging TikTok.
That is why, everything he said I agree with. That is why, as Commander-in-Chief, I'm going to use the U.S. military to go after the Mexican drug cartels. They are killing our people. And the stories that I've seen in Florida, we had an infant, 18 months, parents rented an Airbnb. And apparently the people that had rented it before were using drugs. The infant was crawling, the toddler was crawling on the carpet and ingested fentanyl residue and died. Are we just going to sit here and let this happen, this carnage happen in our country? I am not going to do that. So I guarantee you on day one, this border is going to be a day one issue for me as president. We're going to declare it a national emergency. Yes, we'll build the wall. We'll do remain in Mexico. But those Mexican drug cartels are going to be treated like the foreign terrorist organizations that they are.
President Pence. All right, Vice President Pence, we're going to move on to a different issue. Hold on, sir. Vice President Pence. Just last month, Vice President Pence, you said if elected, you would repeal all Obamacare mandates. However, you also made that same promise in 2016. And at that time, Trump-Pence had congressional majorities for at least the first 2 years, and you did not deliver on that promise. So Obamacare, right now, it is more popular than ever. Why should Americans trust you, if you become president, to fix that, or is Obamacare here to stay?
Well, first, let me speak to the mass shootings issue, and then I'll answer that question. It's an important one, Dana. Look, I'm someone that believes that justice delayed is justice denied. And as a father of three, as a grandfather of three beautiful little girls, I am sick and tired of these mass shootings happening in the United States of America. And if I'm president of the United States, I'm going to go to the Congress of the United States, and we're going to pass a federal expedited death penalty for anyone involved in a mass shooting so that they will meet their fate in months, not years. It is unconscionable that the Parkland shooter, Ron, is actually going to spend the rest of his life behind bars in Florida. That's not justice. We have to mete out justice and send a message to these would-be killers that you are not going to live out your days behind bars. You're going to meet justice in this system.
But does that mean Obamacare is here to stay?
Well, thank you for reiterating the question, because I'd love to answer it. Look, I think it's one of the choices here. You know, my former running mate, Donald Trump, actually has a plan to start to consolidate more power in Washington, D.C., consolidate more power in the executive branch. If I'm president of the United States, it's my intention to make the federal government smaller by returning to the states those resources and programs that are rightfully theirs under the 10th Amendment of the Constitution. That means all Obamacare funding, all housing funding, all HHS funding, all of it goes back to the states. We'll shut down the Federal Department of Education. We'll allow states to innovate. We're going to revive federalism in America, and states are going to help bring America back.
But Stu, go ahead.
May I remind everyone to keep within their time frame so that we can get as many questions in as possible. This question for Governor DeSantis. Over 26 million Americans don't have insurance coverage. Governor DeSantis, 2.5 million of them are in your state. That's worse than the national average. Can Americans trust you on this?
Well, I think this is a symptom of our overall economic decline. Everything has gotten more expensive. You see insurance rates are going through the roof. People that are going to get groceries. I spoke with a woman in Iowa, and she said, you know, for the first time in my life, I'm having to take things out of my grocery cart when I get to the checkout line because the total goes up so quickly. So this is very real, and people are hurting out there. So we've got to address the underlying problem with Bidenomics, the overspending, taking all Biden's rules and regulations. I'm going to throw them in the trash can on day one. You're not going to have to worry about that. We're going to open up all of our energy. We will be energy dominant in this country. That will lower your gas prices. And what we need to do with health care is recognize our health care is putting patients at the back of the bus. We have big pharma, big insurance, and big government, and we need to tackle that and have more power for the people and the doctor-patient relationship.
Governor, why is your record in Florida on insurance worse than the national average?
Our state's a dynamic state. We've got a lot of folks that come. Of course, we've had a population boom. We also don't have a lot of welfare benefits in Florida. You know, we're basically saying this is a field of dreams. You can do well in the state, but we're not going to be like California and have massive numbers of people on government programs without work requirements. We believe you work and you got to do that. And so that goes for all the welfare benefits. And you know what that's done, Stuart? Our unemployment rate is the lowest amongst any big state. We have the highest GDP growth amongst any big state. And even CNBC, no fan of mine, ranked Florida the #1 economy in America.
On the topic of healthcare, Governor Haley, healthcare is the leading cause of bankruptcy for American families, accounting for 2/3 of all personal bankruptcies. As president, how you protect Americans who get sick from financial ruin?
First of all, how can we be the best country in the world and have the most expensive health care in the world? We have an issue. My mom was in the hospital, and when she was in the hospital, they tried to bring her a couple of Tylenol, and she said, I don't need it. And they said, honey, go ahead and take it because you're paying for it anyway. Why is it that when we got the bill, the insurance company and the hospital negotiated the bill for her without her having anything to do with it? When I am president, we will break all of it, from the insurance company to the hospitals to the doctor's offices to the PBMs to the pharmaceutical companies. We will make it all transparent, because when you do that, you will realize that's what the problem is. Second thing is you've got to deal with tort law. The doctors don't give you the 10 tests because they want to. It's because of the 90% chance they'll get sued. And then we need to bring competition back to healthcare, get rid of certificate of need systems, and make sure that they can compete. We have to put the patient in the driver's seat. They've been in the back seat for way too long. And once we give the patient the ability to decide their health care, deciding which plan they want, that is when we will see magic happen. But we're going to have to make every part of the industry open up and show us where their warts are, because they all have them, and we need to fix this on behalf of the American people.
And that's what we did.
Do you have a better way in 30 seconds?
Well, yes, we're not talking about the real problem ever. We talk about why do we have the most expensive health care in the world? It's because the federal government got involved the same way they did with EVs, and they said, we're going to subsidize a particular kind of software back in 2008 under Obama, and they said, hey, we're going to do this. It's going to make everyone more productive. All of you that are watching have been to a doctor's office when the doctor's got his back to you and their hands on a keyboard. The only industry in the world that's ever absorbed $1 trillion of IT and became less productive, they saw less patients per day, is U.S. healthcare, because they were subsidizing a certain kind of technology. It wasn't about improving healthcare. It was about picking winners and losers. Every time the federal government's involved, whether it's higher education, healthcare, or now the auto industry, things get more expensive and less competitive.
That was a great transition, because we are going to move on the future of education in America. What's the government's role in finding a way forward? The second Republican debate rolls on from Simi Valley.
And informed patriotism is what we want. And are we doing a good enough job teaching our children what America is and what she represents in the long history of the world?
Maverick News. The world is watching. Greetings, brave Mavericks. Our quest for truth continues. We go beyond fake news. Together we expose propaganda. Together we pull others out of rabbit holes. We are maverick thinkers. We are all unique individuals, defenders of individual rights and freedoms, credible, trusted, grounded in reality. Maverick News, Maverick News. Defending free speech, Donate at freedomreporters.com. Do it now. Tomorrow may be too late. Maverick News. The world is watching. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Okay, so the main issues they're focusing on here are, the border, the economy, crime, drugs. So that's where they're focusing the debate tonight. Interesting, when you kind of get out into the mainstream, the real world. They seem to focus on other issues that I think people in this sphere maybe are not focused on as much. The lineup of issues over here still things like vaccines, vaccine mandates, central bank digital currencies, freedom issues, So just kind of interesting, and I think this is also the issues they're dealing with. I think they're just it's a lot of stuff we've heard over and over and over again. And these candidates all seem to be kind of blending together for me. I don't know about you guys, but nobody really seems to be standing out tonight. A lot of talking over each other. What do you guys think? Let me just check the chat. Let's see what you guys are saying. Gina says they are going after Dr. Berg too. I don't know what that means. Bunch of comments from Gina and there's Leo being pretty straight up. Here we go. We're going back.
Governor Haley. American students, they are in academic trouble. They have lower scores in math and reading. There's chronic absenteeism. That's at record highs. And this has even been called education homicide. You say school choice is the answer, but South Carolina, your home state, still has not enacted universal school choice, and even the current expansion won't be fully implemented until 2027. Parents can't wait 4 years for a fix. So what would you do right now?
Well, and school choice isn't the only answer, but I'll tell you it's not out of a lack of trying that we didn't try and get school choice in South Carolina. What I'll tell you, first of all, is we have to acknowledge the fact that 67% of our 8th graders are not proficient in reading or math. Over 80% of our 8th graders aren't proficient in history or civics. And recently they came out and said our 12 and 13-year-olds are scoring at the lowest levels they've been scoring in reading and math in decades. So the first thing we've got to do is we've got to make sure we catch our kids back up. We have to make sure they can read. A child that can't read by 3rd grade is 4 times less likely to graduate high school. We need to do reading remediation. We need complete transparency in the classroom. No parent should ever wonder what's being said or taught to their child in the classroom. We need to make sure that we have school choice so that there's competition. We need to move all the programs from the federal government down to the states and let states decide what education looks like in their states. Right. And we need to start building things in America again. Let's put vocational classes back in our high schools, and let's get our kids building the things that we know that we can make. When we start to focus on that and really bring in that parental and involvement, that's when we'll start to see a difference. But we've got to get parents back included. We've got to quit spending time on this DEI and CRT and instead focus on financial literacy, on digital literacy, and on making sure that our kids know what they need to do to have the jobs of the next generation.
On the subject of education, a question for Governor Christie. Students in your state are getting high marks on their report cards, but minorities are not doing well with math and reading. Black and Hispanic students averaging 29 points lower than white students in New Jersey. Would you address minorities first?
You have to address all students. And look, in our state, Stuart, frankly, before I was governor, that gap was close to 50%. And what we did was institute more charter schools and more Renaissance schools and more public school choice in New Jersey with innovative solutions in cities like Camden, where now we took what was the worst school district in America during my time, and we have now increased that by nearly 40% in terms of their proficiency. It can be done when you give people choice. But let's tell the truth to everybody about what this is. This public school system is no longer run by the public. It is run by the teachers' unions in this country. Randy Weingarten and her crew are absolutely strangling. They are taking the worst of their members and defending them rather than advocating for our kids. And when you have the President of the United States sleeping with a member of the teachers union, there is no chance that you could take the stranglehold away from the teachers union every day. They have an advocate inside the White House every day for the worst of their teachers, not for our students to be the best they can be. A President of the United States has to take on the teachers union. I did it in New Jersey, and I will do it as President of the United States.
Governor DeSantis, I have a question for you. Governor DeSantis, I have a question for you. Florida's new Black History curriculum says, quote, slaves develop skills which in some instances could be applied for their personal benefit. You have said slaves develop skills in spite of slavery, not because of it. But many are still hurt. For descendants of slaves, this is personal. What is your message to them?
So first of all, that's a hoax that was perpetrated by Kamala Harris. We are not going to be doing that. Second of all, that was written by descendants of slaves. These are great Black history scholars, so we need to stop playing these games. Here's the deal. Our country's education system is in decline because it's focused on indoctrination, denying parents' rights. Florida represents the revival of American education. We're ranked #1 in the nation in education by U.S. News and World Report. My wife and I, we have a 6-, 5-, and 3-year-old. This is personal to us. We didn't just talk about universal school choice. We enacted universal school choice. We didn't just talk about Parents' Bill of Rights. We enacted the Parents' Bill of Rights. We eliminated critical race theory, and we now have American civics and the Constitution in our schools in a really big way, just like President Reagan asked for in his farewell address back in 1989. Florida is showing how it's done. We're standing with parents, and our kids are benefiting.
Senator Scott, you oppose to these new standards. What is your message for Governor DeSantis?
There is not a redeeming quality in slavery. He and Kamala should have just taken the one sentence out. America has suffered because of slavery, but we've overcome that. We are the greatest nation on earth because we faced our demons in the mirror and made a decision. So often we think that all the issues, you talked about crime and education and healthcare, we always think that those issues go back to slavery. Here's the challenge though. Black families survived slavery. We survived poll taxes and literacy tests. We survived discrimination being woven into the laws of our country. What was hard to survive was Johnson's Great Society, where they decided to put money, where they decided to take the black father out of the household to get a check in the mail, and you can now measure that in unemployment, in crime, in devastation. If you want to restore hope, you've got to restore the family, restore capitalism, and put Americans back at work together as one American family. Our nation continues to go in the right direction. It's why I can say I have been discriminated against, but America is not. a racist country. Never, ever doubt who we are. We are the greatest country on God's green earth. And frankly, the city on the hill needs a brand new leader. And I'm asking for your vote.
I'm going to have a question for you, Mr. Ramaswamy. Over 10.7 million students in over 18,000 public schools nationwide have the ability to change their identity without parental notification. Governor Christie told Stewart last week that he would pass a federal law to protect parental rights. Would you try to do the same?
I have to be very clear about this. Transgenderism, especially in kids, is a mental health disorder. We have to acknowledge the truth of that for what it is. I met two young women early in this campaign.
Specifically on parental rights in schools.
Parents have the right to know. And you know what the hypocrisy of this is? Even New Hampshire failed to actually get past a piece of legislation here. The very people who say that this increases the risk of suicide are also the ones saying that parents don't have the right to know about that increased risk of suicide. And I'm sorry, it is not compassionate to affirm a kid's confusion. That is not compassion, that is cruelty. I met two young women, Chloe and Katie, early in this campaign, who are in their 20s, now regret getting double mastectomies and a hysterectomy. One of them will never have children. And the fact that we allowed that to happen in this country is barbaric. So I will ban genital mutilation or chemical castration under the age of 18, and parents have absolutely the right.
Would you try to pass a federal law that says parents should have that right?
We are going to require states absolutely have to follow that through.
Governor Burgum,
we
just
stand
to follow
for
up on
parental
this,
rights.
because
Yes.
you in your state, you do not have a law that says parents can't be notified, but you want to be president. Would you try to pass a federal law to say parents have that right?
I think this is a state's issue, but I do want to say something, because all night long we've been talking about issues about how it's broken in Washington, and I respect all of the people on the stage here for their 100+ years of public service. Thank you. But the reason why we're not talking about education or health care or safety being a problem in North Dakota is because we have a business leader. I've got more experience as a business leader than I think this whole group combined. I know I've created more jobs than everybody else on stage, thousands of high-paying jobs that have real meaning. So as a business leader, you come in and you treat the taxpayer like a customer. So in North Dakota, instead of fighting with the teachers' unions, we actually created a K-12 coordinating council. Everybody gets in the room and the customer is the student.
But you do understand that this is an issue that many people in America really are concerned about, worried about parents and notification in schools.
Yes, and that's why we have 50 platforms of innovation. That's why we have states. There are certain things the federal government is supposed to do. It's not the Department of Education that needs to be assembled. We got to move it back to states. Do what we did in North Dakota. Instead of like, oh, here's a choice school and here's an old school, the old way with the teachers union, the kids are trapped. We made every school in North Dakota an innovation school. Every school got out from under the red tape, and the things that help teach the values that we're trying to get, like 4-H, like FFA, like Boy Scouts, they can get credit for all of that stuff in North Dakota. And by the way, North Dakota is now at the top of the median SAT scores in the country right now.
Vice President Pence, the Department of Homeland Security warns that violence against LGBTQ+ people is on the rise and intensifying. According to a recent study, members of that community are 9 times more likely to be victims of violent hate crimes. As president, how would you protect this community from violent attacks and discrimination?
Well, as President of the United States, I'll stand up for the safety and the civil liberties of every American from every background. And I want the American people to know that. But I want to answer the question as well, Dana, that you just asked Doug Burgum. Because by way of full disclosure, Chris, you mentioned the president's situation. My wife isn't a member of the teachers union, but I got to admit, I've been sleeping with a teacher for 38 years. And full disclosure. Look, education is a state and local function. The state of Indiana had one of the very first school choice programs in the country. And when I was governor of the state of Indiana, we doubled it. And as to your question, Dana, let's be very, very clear. When the Linn-Mar Community Schools in Iowa had a policy where you had to have a permission slip from your parents to get a Tylenol, but you could get a gender transition plan without notifying your parents, I weighed in with a foundation. That's not bad policy, that's crazy. We're going to stand up for the rights of parents, and we're going to pass a federal ban on transgender chemical or surgical surgery anywhere in the country. We've got to protect our kids from this radical gender ideology agenda, and we've got to empower parents at the state level with the ability to choose where their kids go to school, whether it's public, private, parochial, or homeschool. You empower parents, and our schools will straighten up and reflect our values and focus on the basics faster than you could possibly imagine.
Next subject.
Can I just say one thing?
China is investing. If you talk over everybody, you lose time. China is investing heavily in their tech companies. $280 billion every year on semiconductor research and development. That is one CHIPS Act per year. Governor DeSantis, you say companies like Google and Meta have too much power. Doesn't going after them give China an edge?
No, I think you look at how our society's developed. They have huge amount of power over our society. They've cracked down on free speech. We're not saying you don't want them to do business, but you want it to be a free market. And right now they're monopolies. But this issue of China, I think, is really going to be fundamental. We have subcontracted out so much of our national needs to the CCP. We rely on them for a whole host of issues. We need to reshore and we need to decouple all those important industries. We need to get that back in the United States. They are our top geopolitical adversary by a country mile. Xi Jinping's got huge ambitions, not only in the Asia Pacific, but as you mentioned earlier, in our region. But ultimately, we've got to beat him on the economy. And so that's what we'll do as President of the United States.
Governor Christie, I wanted to follow up on this because 22% of American workers fear their jobs will be lost to a robot. And you said in the past that the free market is the way to go. Would you retrain workers who lose a job to artificial intelligence, and to do what?
Well, look, what I think artificial intelligence offers us is an extraordinary opportunity to expand well beyond the productivity that we have now, and to have Americans be able to be involved in that revolution, Dana. You know, each time we have shown incredible innovation and progress in this country. What we've done with it is to expand all kinds of new, even unthought of opportunities for folks. Yes, we have to do retraining for folks who lose some of their jobs, and we should be doing that. And we should have more training available both at the county college level and the local level for people to be able to access it. So yes, I would be in favor of that. But this is a much bigger issue than that. We can't be afraid of innovation. America has been the great innovator of this world over the last 250 years, a technological innovator, a manufacturing innovator, and a freedom and governmental innovator. And that's why America has to continue to stand strong in the world, pro-innovation, pro-progress. And I will tell you this, as President of the United States, what I will do is to make sure that every innovator in this country gets the government the hell off its back and out of its pocket so that it can innovate and bring great new inventions to our country that will make everybody's lives better.
Mr. Ramaswamy, TikTok is banned on government-issued devices because of its ties to the Chinese government. Yet you joined TikTok after dinner with boxer and influencer Jake Paul. Should the commander-in-chief be so easily persuaded by an influencer?
So the answer is I have a radical idea for the Republican Party. We need to win elections. And part of how we win elections is reaching the next generation of young Americans where they are. So when I get into office, I've been very clear. Kids under the age of 16 should not be using addictive social media. We're only going to ever get to declaring independence from China, which I favor, if we actually win. So while the Democrats are running rampant, reaching the next generation 3-1, there's exactly one person in the Republican Party which talks a big game about reaching young people, and that's me. And let me level with all of you. I'm the new guy here, and so I know I have to earn your trust. What do you see? You see a young man who's in a bit of a hurry, maybe a little ambitious, bit of a know-it-all, it seems at times. I'm here to tell you, no, I don't know it all. I will listen. I will have the best people, the best and brightest in this country, whatever age they are, advising me. We will be probably many of the people on this stage included. That's how I built my companies. I want to be challenged. I want people who disagree with me. That's what makes America great, because we're not a perfect nation. We're founded on the pursuit of perfection. That is what makes America great. And that is why we will end it once we win this election.
I have to jump. I have to jump in here. I'm sorry.
Was speaking.
There's one person on this.
This is infuriating because TikTok is one of the most dangerous social media apps that we could have. And what you've got, I honestly, every time I hear you, I feel a little bit dumber for what you say, because I can't believe that here you've got a TikTok situation. What they're doing is these 150 million people are on TikTok. That means they can get your contacts, they can get your financial information, they can get your emails, they can get text messages, they can get all of these things.
This is very important for our party.
Exactly what they're doing.
This is very important for our party, and I'm going to say
you've gone and you've helped China make medicines in China, not America. You're now wanting kids to go and get on the social media that's dangerous for all of us. You went and you were in business with the Chinese that gave Hunter Biden $5 million. We can't trust you. We can't trust you. We can't have TikTok in our kids' lives.
This is very important.
Mr. Ramaswamy, you have 15 seconds.
I think, excuse me.
You have 15 seconds, Mr. Ramaswamy.
Thank you. I think we would be better served as a Republican Party if we're not sitting here hurling personal insults and actually have a legitimate debate about policy following Reagan's 11th Commandment in his honor. And the answer is that is what actually makes our country strong. And I believe in these people. These are good people on the stage. They disagree, but let's have a legitimate disagreement. That's what I would say.
Stuart, can we get back to the question? The question was on technology.
Governor DeSantis, I'm going straight.
On this stage
Sir,
that has a
we will have to cut your mic, and I don't want to do that. I don't. So, Governor DeSantis, let me go to you. Experts say President Putin has ordered assassinations across Europe, cheated on arms control treaties with the U.S., and seeks to work with China to force our decline. President Reagan believed that if you want to prevent a war, you better be prepared to fight one. Today, the Republican Party is at odds over aid to Ukraine. The price tag so far is $76 billion. But is it in our best interest to degrade Russia's military for less than 5% of what we pay annually on defense, especially when there are no U.S. soldiers in the fight?
It's in our interest to end this war, and that's what I will do as president. We are not going to have a blank check. We will not have U.S. troops, and we're going to make the Europeans do what they need to do. But they've sent money to pay bureaucrats' pensions and salaries and funding small businesses halfway around the world. Meanwhile, our own country is being invaded. We don't even have control of our own territory. We have got to defend the American people before we even worry about all these other things. And I watch these guys in Washington, D.C., and they don't care about the American people. They don't care about the fentanyl deaths. They don't care about the communities being overrun because of this border. They don't care about the Mexican drug cartels. So as Commander-in-Chief, I will defend this country's sovereignty.
But it's not a territorial dispute. It's never been a territorial dispute.
And 90% of the resources that we send over to Ukraine is guaranteed. It's a loan. It is not 90% of the money that we send over there is loan. Well, we can talk about this, but at the end of the day, 90% of the money that we send over there is actually in the form of a loan. It's not actually not be paid by Ukraine. It's paid by the NATO, our NATO allies.
So I think it's a good topic.
I think it's a really good topic too. But I will say let's debate the fact that our national vital interest is in degrading the Russian military. By degrading the Russian military, we actually keep our homeland safer, we keep our troops at home, and we all understand Article 5 of NATO.
We have to level with the American people.
I thought you said something about waiting until your turn to talk. So at the end of the day, I'm going to finish I'll be happy to debate with this.
I'll respond.
I'll look forward to this one right now. So at the end of the day, when you think about the fact that if you want to keep American troops at home, attack on NATO territory would bring us and our troops in. By degrading the Russian military, we reduce, if not eliminate, an attack on NATO territory.
Finish that exchange. We have to level with the American people. We have to level with the American people on this issue. The reality is
We
just
are
because
leveling with the American
Putin's an evil dictator does not mean that Ukraine is good. This is a country that has banned 11 opposition parties.
A win
that has
for
actually,
Russia is a
that
win
is not
for
true.
China.
We're driving
a win
Russia.
for Russia
Excuse
is a
me.
win for China.
Excuse me, Nick, you'll have
but
your chance.
I forgot you like China. That's why you're.
You'll have your chance in just a moment.
Yeah.
The hurling personal insults isn't helping. China is the real enemy, and we're driving Russia further into China's arms. We need a reasonable peace plan to end this, especially this is a country whose president just last week
Vivek,
was
if you
hailing a
let
Nazi in
Putin
his own
have
ranks.
Ukraine, that's a green light to China to take Taiwan.
We need a
Peace
reasonable
comes
plan
through
to
strength.
peace. We need a reasonable plan to peace.
Governor Christie.
The Communist Party of China is the real enemy.
Governor Christie, Governor Christie, President Biden's first 2 years have brought China, Russia, and Iran closer together. Are we focused too much on Ukraine and not enough on this threat from the New World Order?
No, they're all connected, Stuart. They're all connected. The Chinese are paying for the Russian war in Ukraine. The Iranians are supplying more sophisticated weapons, and so are the North Koreans now as well, with the encouragement of the Chinese. The naivete on this stage from some of these folks is extraordinary. Look, I understand people want to go and talk to Putin. Guess what? So did George W. Bush. So did Barack Obama. So did Donald Trump. And so did Joe Biden when he said a small invasion wouldn't be so bad. Every one of them has been wrong. And the fact of the matter is, we need to say right now that the Chinese-Russian alliance is something we have to fight against, and we are not going to solve it by going over and cuddling up to Vladimir Putin. Look, Donald Trump said Vladimir Putin was brilliant and a great leader. This is the person who is murdering people in his own country, and now not having enough blood, he's now going to Ukraine to murder innocent civilians and kidnap 20,000 children. And let me tell you, if you think that's where it's going to stop, if we give him any of Ukraine, next will be Poland. Right. This is a guy who said, wait one second, this is a guy in 1991 who said that was the darkest moment in world history when the Soviet Union fell. Listen, everybody, he wants to put the old band back together, and only America can stop it. Right. And when I'm president, we will.
Governor Burgum, I want to get to Governor Burgum. He hasn't had a chance. I have a question I think you're going to really like, or at least you have experience in it. And we need to talk about America's farmers because there is a foreign policy connection here. The U.S. and China are in this fierce economic competition. It's hurting American businesses, and there is blowback against American farmers because China then targets them in retaliation. How would you, as president, protect American farmers and ranchers from that kind of retaliation from a foreign government like China?
Well, first of all, we've got the best farmers and ranchers in the world right here in America. If they have a level playing field, they can outcompete anyone in the world. But this is part of the larger issue that we're talking about here, which is we're in a Cold War with China. The Biden administration won't admit that. But we're also in an economic war through what we're doing with agriculture and energy. And we're also in a war with them relative to cyber war. We get attacked every day in North Dakota, every state, every school district, our tribes, all being attacked every day by either China, Russia, Iran, or North Korea. And now we've got a Biden administration whose whole policy is appeasement. They're out there, creating the world, making it less safe. $6 billion they traded for 5 people. They've just now set a price on anyone's head who's a tourist from America, who's a student from America, for kidnapping. If you want more kidnapping, put a price on it. And then they're also helping Iran get to have more closer to nuclear weapon, which pushes all of the Middle East closer to China and Russia. The whole thing is absurd. And then, of course, we're going to give Ukraine to Russia, and then we're going to give Taiwan to China, and think that's a foreign policy. That will make our nation less successful, make us more poor. And at the core of all that is energy policy, because China imports 10 million barrels of oil a day. They're the largest import in the world, and we've had 4 cabinet members from the Biden administration there this summer, and none of them talked about U.S. energy. The first one to go to each of those countries was Kerry to talk about the folly of the climate policy, which is making the world less stable. It's empowering dictators. It's not about climate change that we need worried about. It's about the Biden climate policies that are actually the existential threat to America's future.
Thank you.
Can I speak about
Governor Haley, Mexico's president called who supports sending U.S. military into the country, quote, scoundrels. Mexico is the United States' most important trade partner and border security. You say you will send special operations to attack the cartels in Mexico. So, this means boots on the ground, Drone strikes?
It means special operations. It's how we deal with our terrorists. And what you need to do is understand that Mexico's not being a good partner if we lost 75,000 Americans last year. Mexico's not being a good partner if they're letting the cartels get away with what they're getting away with. What we will do is we will make sure that we send in our special operations and we will take out the cartels, we'll take out their operations, we'll take out anything that's doing it. But we're going to go after China because China is the one sending the fentanyl in the first place. And we will end all normal trade relations until China stops sending fentanyl. And then we'll do the special operations and we'll get it from both sides. This is where President Trump went wrong. He focused on trade with China. He didn't focus on the fact that they were buying up our farmland. He didn't focus on the fact that they were killing Americans. He didn't focus on the fact that they were stealing $600 billion in intellectual property. He didn't focus on the fact that they put a spy base off our shores in Cuba. They didn't focus enough on the fact that all of our law enforcement drones in America are Chinese, and we've got all these little surveillance cells. We need to start focusing on what keeps Americans safe. That hasn't happened in a long time. As your president, I will make sure every American is safe, and we'll do whatever it takes to make that happen.
All right. I want to get to Senator Scott. You're all auditioning for the job as President of the United States. You want to earn these votes. But the world's problems land in the Oval Office. During the presidential debates in the year 2000, neither Al Gore nor George W. Bush was asked about al-Qaeda. Yet, just 1 year later, al-Qaeda's attack on September 11th claimed nearly 3,000 lives. And the farther we get from September 11th, the closer we are to September 10th. Senator Scott, you have no executive branch experience. What has prepared you to protect the nation from a major man-made national security crisis?
Well, one of the things I've had the good fortune of doing is serving on committees in the United States Senate, like the Senate Armed Services Committee. I'm on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, also on the Finance Committee and the Banking Committee. Talk about addressing the issue of fentanyl. I've written the legislation, passed it through the Banking Committee and the Senate that would freeze the assets and sanction the accounts of the Mexican cartels. There are weapons that we have within the arsenal that I was able to get past 23-0 in the polarizing Senate as it is. I've also understood without question the fact that if you look at the details before 9/11, there was information and intelligence that was available that suggested an attack was coming. Having the right intelligence partners with us is key to making sure that we prevent the next 9/11 from ever happening. Having that experience for the last 10 years is really important in getting the job done.
30 seconds to you, Mr. Pence.
Well, I think you asked a question about executive experience. I think it's vitally important. And I stand before you today as a candidate for president because I think this country's in a lot of trouble. And you hear the fire on the stage tonight. You hear the fire in all of our voices. And it's because Joe Biden has weakened this country at home and abroad. This is a time for those of us that have the experience, the tested experience, and a commitment to the conservative agenda that Ronald Reagan brought forward in this party of a strong national defense, standing with our allies, standing up to our enemies, supporting limited government and traditional values, need to step forward.
Understood.
Because frankly, our party does face a time for choosing, as they said at the top of this debate, whether we're going to stand on the foundation of that conservative agenda that Ronald Reagan poured, or whether we're going to follow the siren song of populism unmoored to conservative principles. I'm the most experienced, most qualified, and most consistent conservative in this field, and I'm ready to lead America at home and abroad on day one.
Time for choosing to go to a break. Ilya.
We need to go to a commercial break where Reagan built a coalition that lasted decades. Can any of these candidates do the same? We'll take that up when the debate continues.
And we'll be back right after this. I'll be here too.
Maverick News. The world is watching. Greetings, brave Mavericks. Our quest for truth continues. We go beyond fake news. Together we expose propaganda. Together we pull others out of rabbit holes. We are maverick thinkers. We are all unique individuals, defenders of individual rights and freedoms, credible, trusted, grounded in reality. Maverick News, Maverick News. Defending free speech, free speech. Donate at freedomreporters.com. Do it now. Tomorrow may be too late. Maverick News. The world is watching. Hello, world. Are you awake? Uniting humankind by liberating millions of minds at a time. Maverick News. The world is watching. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Okay, we're going back. Here we go.
Welcome back to the Republican primary debate here at the Reagan Library. We've got a lot more issues to cover and a lot more questions to go. So let's dive right back in. We're here in California, where gas is nearing $6 a gallon. Oil is close to $100 a barrel again. You say, drill, baby, drill. But the courts won't let you. Mr. Ramaswamy, how would you bring down prices without immediate drilling?
Well, look, I think that we do have to run through the courts and get through that administrative state to make sure we're using the natural resources here at home. But here's the other thing that we can do that's easy.
Forever, Mr. Ramaswamy.
And it addresses the national debt as well as brings down prices. Put people back to work. We are using taxpayer money to pay people more to stay at home than to go to work. That is wrong. That contributes to our supply chain crisis. It contributes to inflation. That's the easiest way to unlock this economy. And here's the other thing. We have to put the Federal Reserve back in its place. This is an agency that has gone rogue. So in January 2026, when I have the opportunity as our next commander-in-chief, we will have a new chairman of the Federal Reserve who places priority on dollar stability, and then most importantly, send packing 75% of the administrative state, reduce the federal employee headcount by 75%. rescind 50% of unconstitutional federal regulations that are shackling businesses, both large and small. I've offered a very clear, practical plan to do it. That's how we unleash the economy. That's how we revive the integrity of a three-branch constitutional republic, rather than this technocracy and aristocracy in the administrative
your
state.
Response, please.
I think one of the signature accomplishments of our administration was in just a few short years, we achieved energy independence. We became a net exporter of energy for the first time in 75 years. But on day one, Joe Biden declared a war on energy, which was no surprise because when Joe Biden ran for president, he said he was going to end fossil fuels. And they've been working overtime to do that ever since. If I'm president of the United States, we're going to open up federal lands. We're going to unleash American energy. We're going to have an all-of-the-above energy strategy. And I have a plan that actually would not only reclaim energy independence, but in 2006, America lost our position as the leading energy producer on Earth. I believe in the next 10 years, with the right policies and experienced leadership in the White House, we can reclaim our role as the leading energy producer on Earth, and that'll grow the American economy for generations to come.
Governor Haley, reaction to that, please.
As the only person who's leading an energy state, could I answer the energy question?
No, Governor Haley.
So, the first thing I'll say is what I saw at the United Nations is energy security is national security. We need a president that understands we have to partner with our producers and make sure that we have their backs. What you don't need is a president who is against energy independence. Ron DeSantis is against fracking. He's against drilling. He's been against, you did it. He always talks about what happens on day one. You better watch out, because what happens on day two is when you're in trouble. Day two in Florida, you banned fracking, you banned offshore drilling, you did it on federal lands, and you took green subsidies that you didn't have to take.
Governor DeSantis, you were mentioned. You have the right to respond. 30 seconds.
Yeah. I just did a plan out in West Texas for American energy dominance. We're going to choose Midland over Moscow. We're going to choose the Marcellus over the Mullahs, and we're going to choose Bakken over Beijing, and we are going to lower your gas prices. We are going to get that job done because it's important for our national security, it's important for jobs, and that's one of the best ways to drive down inflation.
Governor DeSantis, Governor DeSantis,
Governor DeSantis,
this question is for you.
Our voters enacted a constitutional amendment.
You banned it before they voted.
Doesn't allow. No, it's not true.
You banned it before they voted, and not only that, fracking wasn't. They didn't vote on fracking.
She's totally wrong. They voted it in. That's what we did. Onshore, we do it in Florida. We don't have as much as maybe West Texas, but we do it. But that was a constitutional amendment. So that's just wrong. And let's just get real here. My plan will get the job done. We are going to be energy dominant, and that's what's going to happen.
And the voters didn't even vote on fracking, and you banned fracking.
We are moving on with this question for Governor DeSantis. Governor, excuse me, we cannot talk over each other. We must respect each other's time. My apologies for that.
I'm ready, Stuart.
Governor DeSantis, this is your question. The Biden administration is hell-bent on student loan forgiveness, but you say colleges should be on the hook when graduates cannot pay their debt. How does that address the cost of college? The cost of college itself?
Because the colleges are going to have to make a decision. Do we expand the gender studies department, knowing some of those graduates may not have great learning opportunities? No, they're going to focus on the things that really matter. They're going to make different choices. They're going to try to graduate people in 4 years. I also just want to come back to something Dana asked last segment about 9/11, because I was just at the 9/11 memorial with the families. My wife and I were invited. It's very touching to be there, and it affected my life because I ended up joining the military as a result of that. I had been a blue-collar kid, minimum wage in Dunedin, Florida. I ended up getting through Yale and Harvard Law School and somehow came out more conservative than when I went in, and that is not easy to do. Had a lot of opportunities to make money, but I wanted to serve, and I'll never forget coming back on the plane from Iraq, landing in Coronado, California, North Island, and feeling that breeze off the Pacific Ocean and say, you know what? I am lucky to have been born an American, and I think being able to serve, and I'll be the first president elected since 1988 who's actually served overseas in a war, I think that's going to help me as commander-in-chief to know how you see these issues and understand that there are real lives at stake for people that wear the uniform.
And we know that Governor Haley's husband is serving right now as well, and we thank him for that. Senator Scott, the national debt has nearly doubled in your time in office. The approval rate for Congress is at a mere 19%. If this were a business, you'd probably all be fired in Washington, but you're here tonight looking for a promotion. In 2013, Governor Haley hired you for the Senate. I'd like you to tell her why you should be promoted to CEO of the nation instead of her.
Certainly. One of the things I'd say is if you look at our national debt of $33 trillion, I would love to have an opportunity to have this country pass a balanced budget amendment. That would constrain the spending in Washington in the same fashion that it does in every state in our nation, number one. Number two, if you want to actually reduce our national debt, you have to grow our economy. In order to grow our economy, you need to create about 10 million jobs to grow our economy at 5%. You can do that in three specific sectors. Number one, the energy sector. We could create between 3 and 3.5 million jobs if we unleashed all of our energy resources. America is we're the richest country if you combine coal, gas, and oil. Why not unleash all of our resources? Number two, we've lost 100,000 factories. 100,000 factories in the last 25 years. If we continued on my Made in America plan, we could bring jobs back to America in a similar fashion that we did when I wrote the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. We actually lowered the corporate tax from 35% to 21%, reshored or repatriated $1.7 trillion. We brought the unemployment rates for African Americans, Hispanics, and Asians to the lowest level in the history of the country, and a 70-year low for women.
Governor Haley, would you think you would deserve the promotion over him?
Look, I appreciate Tim. We've known each other a long time, but he's been there 12 years and he hasn't done any of that. He hasn't. They've only given 4 budgets on time in 40 years. He was part of that. He increased the national debt. He voted for the spending.
You voted
he has made sure that the borders are open and they haven't done
gas tax
anything.
increase in South Carolina.
12 years. Where have you been? Where
I voted no on all.
Tim?
I voted on most of the things.
We've waited and nothing has happened.
Here's what you've done.
Here's the thing that I just find interesting.
Ron, let me finish
all
it first.
These guys have said
here's the
things,
fact.
and I appreciate a lot of the things they're saying.
Nikki
I'm
Haley,
the only one up here who's gotten in the big fights and has delivered big victories for the people of Florida, and that's what it's all about. You can always talk, but when it gets hot in there, when they're shooting arrows at you, are you going to stand up for parents' rights, to keep the state free? Are you going to be able to do all those things? And in the state of Florida, because of our success, the Democratic Party lies in ruins. We have won the big fights. We have turned our state into a Republican state. People respond to leadership. I've done it while others have talked about it.
CEO, we actually have a CEO of the White House, which is what I think we need. If I may just briefly interject here, we need a zero-based budgeting. That's the way businesses are actually run. Start with zero as the baseline for the budget, and then see what's actually necessary. There isn't a blue state or a red state in this union that does it. The federal government doesn't do it. But successful companies, including the ones that I've built as a CEO, will do it. And I think we need a CEO in the White House to get that done.
Governor Burgum runs a state that way.
Yeah,
yes,
tech
go
questions,
ahead.
you didn't ask the only guy that's been in tech. You have energy questions, you don't ask anything. But I'm just going to say right now, when you say nobody else has done it, the energy plans that have all been announced in the last month by these other folks on stage, we're already doing it in North Dakota. The border plans they're already talking about, we've got troops down at the border flying helicopter missions from North Dakota, from San Diego to the Gulf Coast, trying to stop transnational criminal organizations from inflicting the invasion and the mass casualties in our state. And on the energy policy, we're already doing it. It's not saying when nobody else done the big fights, North Dakota was leading the charge. We won the battle to get the Biden administration, who was ignoring the law. They were the first administration since Truman that wasn't holding the quarterly required lease sales, and we won that in federal court. WOTUS, we won that in federal court. We're fighting the Biden administration on 20 fronts. To say that nobody's fighting the big fights, just look at the record of what we're doing right now. Energy, economy, national security, I've been talking about it since day one, and now finally good, we're having the conversation about it, but we've got the answer in North Dakota.
Governor Burgum, let's talk big government. This question's for you. Big government keeps getting bigger. 1/5 of all new jobs this year have been created by the government. Governor Burgum, you say you want to shrink the size of government, but it has been a century since any president has done that. Why would you be any different?
Well, because we've done it in North Dakota. When I took office, We shrunk the state budget general fund by 27% in the first 4 months I was office, and all the trains still running on time. Why? Because you had a business leader that was actually there. Inside of every government job, there's 10 or 20% of mind-numbing, soul-sucking work that even the state and federal employees don't want to do, and you can engineer that work out of the job. That would free up right there 20% of 2 million civilian employees. And by the way, we've got 10 million jobs open. They'd have plenty to do. And they could be generating taxes instead of being paid by taxes. This is totally possible to do it if you have somebody that understands, because having worked in technology for 30 years, everything we had to do was to be better, faster, and cheaper the next day. That's what we can do in government. That's what we're doing in North Dakota.
All right. Governor DeSantis, I want to ask you about something that I think is on a lot of Republicans' minds. This election could come down to less than 50,000 votes in 3 states. Abortion was on the ballot in 6 states in 2022. Republicans lost all of them. Next year, abortion will likely be on the ballot in Arizona. That is a must-win state. Governor DeSantis, how are you going to win over independent, pro-choice voters in Arizona?
Same way we did in Florida. We won the greatest Republican victory in a governor's race in the history of the state, over 1.5 million votes. We were winning places like Miami-Dade County, Palm Beach, that nobody thought was possible because we were leading with purpose and conviction. I reject this idea that pro-lifers are to blame for midterm defeats. I think there's other reasons for that. The former president, he's missing in action tonight. He's had a lot to say about that. He should be here explaining his comments to try to say that pro-life protections are somehow a terrible thing. I want him to look into the eyes and tell people who've been fighting this fight for a long time. My wife and I earlier today were at the gravesite of President and Mrs. Reagan, and I noticed that there was a quote where it says, every single person has purpose and worth. We're better off when everybody counts. And I think we should stand for what we believe in. I think we should hold the Democrats accountable for their extremism, supporting abortion all the way up until the moment of birth. That is infanticide, and that is wrong.
Let me ask Governor Christie. Governor Christie, do you think that Republicans...
Yes, I will.
Okay, Governor Christie, do you think that Republicans can do that in Arizona if this referendum is on the ballot there?
Yeah, because I did it in New Jersey, Dana. You know,
Then why are all these other states losing?
Well, because they don't have leaders in those states who are leading the fight the way it should be led. And the fact is, look, I was the governor here of the only blue state that's represented up here. This is where the fight is really tough for Republicans. And those are the states that we're going to have to try to win if we're going to win the White House back. And what we did was 14 times, Dana, in 8 years, I vetoed Planned Parenthood funding. 14 times. No one else gets it that much. The Democrats just kept sending it to me, and I kept saying no because I believe in life, but I also believe in states' rights. And I think we fought hard against Roe versus Wade for decades to say that states should make these decisions. So we're going to have those fights in the states. But what you need is a leader who can talk to people and make them understand that if you're pro-life, you have to be pro-life for the entire life, not just the 9 months in the womb. And we talked a lot about fentanyl tonight, and we haven't spoken one moment about treatment. But we need to make sure that for the drug-addicted 16-year-old on the floor of the county lockup, her life is precious too. And we need to be providing treatment to cure this as a disease that it is. If you're pro-life, you got to be pro-life for the entire life. We start talking like that, they're going to do what I did in the blue state, which was get reelected with 61% of the vote and won 70% of independents and 51% of Latinos because I told them the truth from my heart.
Thank you.
Vice President Pence, the latest Univision poll found that 73% of Latino voters think the Republican Party doesn't care about or is being hostile toward them, the Hispanic community. Only Governor DeSantis has translated his campaign into Spanish. How will you reach out to Latino voters?
Well, I promise you that we're going to continue to build bridges to every community in this country. And I'm incredibly proud of that tax cut and tax reform bill. I worked on Capitol Hill to help get that bill passed into law, the largest tax cut in American history. We saw literally the lowest unemployment ever recorded for Hispanic Americans, the lowest unemployment ever recorded for African Americans, 50-year low for women. So I think the President of the United States needs to be a champion for the American dream for every American. It begins with the unborn and the aged and the infirm. And it begins with every ethnic group in this country. And I promise you, if I'm president of the United States, I'll be a champion. I'll be a champion for the American dream, for Hispanic Americans, and for every American. So help me God.
Senator Scott, reaction?
Yes, there's no doubt that if you lead by example, it's the best way to get the job done. If you look at my office in the Senate, my chief of staff is the only Hispanic female chief of staff in the Senate. I hired her because she was the best, highest qualified person we have. What we need are leaders who lead by example. And I will simply say, I would love to finish my conversation with Nikki as it relates to the job that needs to get done. Nikki offered a 10-cent gas tax increase in South Carolina. Talk about someone who has never seen a federal dollar she doesn't like. 10 cents on the gallon in South Carolina. As the UN ambassador, you literally put $50,000 on curtains in a $15 million subsidized location. Next.
You got bad information. First of all, I fought the gas tax in South Carolina multiple times against the establishment.
Just go to YouTube.
Against the establishment.
Just go to
and
YouTube
you want to know what that
yourself.
10 cent was? When they wouldn't pass the gas tax, the establishment and the companies wanted me to do it so much that I said the only way I will
Here's
pass
what you
it
have to
if
do.
you will give us
All you have to do is go watch Nikki Haley on YouTube.
Yes. If you will give me 3 times the deduction in income tax, then I will look at your gas tax, which is why it didn't happen.
Exactly, Ron.
Secondly, on the 50 million.
Here is a nice part.
Secondly, on the curtains, do your homework, Tim, because Obama bought those curtains.
Did you send them back?
It's in the press.
Did you send them back?
It's the State Department.
Did you send them back?
Did you send them back? You're the one that works in Congress.
Oh my gosh.
You get it
You
done.
hung them on your curtains.
They were there before I even showed up at the residence. You are scrapping. You are scrapping.
I'm not scrapping.
You know I fought
Here's the fact.
taxes.
Here's the fact, though.
I cut taxes. I loaded up our
You wanted a gas tax increase, and then you wanted
Ladies and gentlemen, we do not intend to go ahead like this. In fact, we're about to take a commercial break. We'll have more of the second Republican debate live from the Reagan Presidential Library in just a few moments.
Do you trust our government and where the economy is heading? Does the thought of losing your hard-earned retirement savings to DC's reckless spending scare the heck out of you? Well, you're not alone. Smart Americans are taking action while they still can by reaching out to Birch Gold Group. For over 20 years, Birch Gold has helped concerned Americans protect their futures by moving part of an existing IRA or 401k into a physical gold IRA. Because when things are a mess, like right now, Americans turn to gold. With an A+ rating, with a Better Business Bureau, and thousands of happy customers, Birch Gold is the trusted leader in gold. They're busier than ever because people are taking control of their savings away from the government and into their own hands. Text the word NOW to the number 989898 to get a free info kit on gold. There's no pressure and no obligation, just information. So get your no-cost info kit now. Text NOW to 989898.
How are we looking up there, Sergeant Best? On target, on time, boys! Fire forward, baby!
I became a professor at the University of Pennsylvania. You make me miss being a professor at Penn. I was a professor at the University of Pennsylvania. I was a professor at the University of Pennsylvania. I became a professor at the University of Pennsylvania. I was a professor at Penn. I was a full professor at the University of Pennsylvania. Professor at the University of Pennsylvania. I was the Ben Franklin Professor of Practice at the University of Pennsylvania.
Hello, I'm Rumble.
And I'm YouTube.
YouTube, why are you dressed like that?
Well, I've been seeing a lot of violations in the community lately, so I'm enforcing that.
You mean like people not following your policies?
Strike one!
What if someone tells the truth, but it's labeled as misinformation?
Strike two!
Wow, what if I want to ask questions and have different opinions on things?
Strike three! You're out of here!
things go sideways, will you be prepared? Hey, it's Cade Courtley, former Navy SEAL platoon commander. I want to introduce you to the Patriot Power Generator 2000X. Use the endless free power of the sun to power lights, your TV, medical equipment, even run your fridge. And that's without gas, fumes, or noise. Go to 4patriots.com. You'll get a solar panel included free. This is about peace of mind. Get your solar generator and free panel at 4patriots.com.
Maverick News. The world is watching.
Smart Americans are taking action by texting the word NOW to 989898 for a free
Greetings, brave Mavericks. Our quest for truth continues. We go beyond fake news. Together we expose propaganda. Together we pull others out of rabbit holes. We are maverick thinkers. We are all unique individuals, defenders of individual rights and freedoms, credible.
It's now obvious that if you all stay in the race, former President Donald Trump wins the nomination. None of you have indicated that you're dropping out. So, which one of you on stage tonight should be voted off the island? Please use your marker to write your choice on the notepad in front of you. 15 seconds starting now. Of the people on the stage, who should be? I'm absolutely serious.
With all due respect, I mean, we're here, like, we're happy to debate, but I think that that's disrespectful to my fellow competitors.
Nobody wants to participate.
Let's do some questions. Let's talk about the future of the country.
I want to be clear about this. If I may,
let me ask you something. Then if you won't answer to that question, let me ask you this one.
Yeah.
What is your mathematical path,
Yes.
Governor DeSantis, in order to try to beat President Trump, who has a commanding and enduring lead in this race?
So polls don't elect presidents. Voters elect presidents.
Right.
And we're going to take the case of the people in these early states. We're going to do it in a state-by-state direction. And why? Because as Reagan said in his day, this is our time for choosing. We are not getting a mulligan on the 2024 election. Republicans have lost 3 straight elections in a row. We were supposed to have a red wave with inflation at 9%. It crashed and burned. Not in Florida, it didn't. We delivered it in Florida. And so we've got to choose right. We've got to win. And we need somebody that's going to be able to serve 2 terms. So in January of 2023, they'll be able to address the nation saying, we turned the economy around, we secured the border, and we fended off the threat from communist China. As your president, I will get that job done.
Governor Christie, I believe I did see you write something. Governor Christie, I believe, excuse me, Governor Christie, I believe I did see you write something on the card.
No, but I'll certainly tell you.
Go.
Okay.
Yeah. Look, I think I've been the only one on this stage who's been clear about this. I vote Donald Trump off the island right now. And the reason I vote him off the island,
any of the people on the stage,
you know what? Every person on this stage has shown the respect for Republican voters to come here to express their views honestly, candidly, and directly, and to take your questions honestly. I have respect for every man and woman on this stage because they've done it. Vivek, put your hand down for a second, would you? I still got time, dude. So chill out. Here, look. This guy has not only divided our party, he's divided families. all over this country. He's divided friends all over this country. I've spoken to people, and I know everyone else has, who have sat at Thanksgiving dinner or at a birthday party and can't have a conversation anymore if they disagree with Donald Trump.
Governor
He needs to be voted
candidates.
off the island, and he needs to be taken out of this process.
Can we get Vivek 15 seconds?
All right, you've got 15 seconds, Vivek.
Look, I have a different view on this. I think Trump was an excellent president, but the America First agenda does not belong to one man. It does not belong to Donald Trump. It doesn't belong to me. It belongs to you, the people of this country. And the question is, who's going to unite this country and take the America First agenda to the next level? When we rallied behind the cry to make America great again, we did not just hunger for a single man. We hungered for the unapologetic pursuit of excellence. So yes, I will respect Donald Trump and his legacy because it's the right thing to do. But we will unite this country to take the America First agenda to the next level, and that will take a different generation to do it.
That does it. I repeat, that does it. For the second Republican primary debate, live from the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library.
Thank you to all the candidates. We've loved having you here tonight, and we will see you out on the campaign trail.
Have a great evening. Thank you for joining us, everyone. Good night. Buenas noches.
Hi, welcome to Hannity.
Okay. And that wraps that up. So, I don't even know what to say about that. It just seems... Nothing about that got me excited. Not anything. It was just bland. I have something else to share with you in a moment that you are going to want to stick around for. It was just sent to me. And it's about Jagmeet Singh. It's about this controversy surrounding terrorists in Canada, India-Canada relations, Trudeau, of course. It involves a video that I've seen before, but it's being repurposed for this report that we're going to show you. And it's combined with an investigative piece from a couple of years ago that was done by one of the broadcasters, one of the news outlets in India. It's important. So stick around for that. This debate, though, I mean, again, the subject matter that they focused on, the issues, the border, they kind of hit on all the things, right? The economy, gas prices, international, the foreign affairs. It was interesting to hear them actually use the phrase "New World Order" at one point. It seems like the mainstream is kind of shifting. The Overton window that people often refer to. I would say that's a reference to sort of what is acceptable to the public in terms of what a political party or what political discussion is, what kind of subjects are acceptable for political discussion or consideration to the public. It seems like it's shifting a bit. So phrases like the New World Order, now you're encompassing issues that previously would have been sort of considered to be conspiratorial or maybe fringe, now coming into the mainstream more. So that was interesting. The comments by Vivek Ramaswamy on Ukraine, China, I'm not sure if he gained any ground with that. It was with Chris Christie on the issue of Ukraine. It was disturbing, in my view, to hear him speak about Ukraine in the way that he did. He's obviously a neocon. He's obviously pro-war. And I don't think we want to go there. DeSantis saying that he would end the war. I thought that he probably was the strongest on that tonight. and may have scored some points. I don't think Republicans want to send their sons and daughters into battle. Pence, I don't think he scored points at all tonight. He was an also-ran. You barely noticed the guy up there. The top performers, Ramaswamy, DeSantis. Nikki Haley held her own. She did fairly well on a couple of issues. She sort of emerged as a real player politically. Seems very confident. She has her answers ready. Smart. But I don't think, any knockout blows leveled here tonight at all. And Trump, not even there, and they still talked about him at the end. What's your path to victory? If you all stay in the race, Trump wins. Who do you want to drop out? And then I think DeSantis scored there too, because he was the first off the mark to say, I don't want to participate in that. That's in bad taste. So, yeah. A two-way race, as far as I'm concerned. DeSantis and Ramaswamy. The rest of them, they're way back. Way back. And Trump's still way out in front. Not even there tonight. Probably wise for him not to get on the stage. I think he's probably playing it right. He's cagey, that guy. Anyway, stay with me. I think we'll kind of leave it there on the debate front, but I have this story to share with you when we come back. So don't go away. This is pretty important stuff, and it ties into everything that we've been covering over the past, since Friday? Regarding, the whole Nazi thing and the Khalistani thing and just where we're at as a country with this government that we have. And it's a message specifically from India, or this Indian Broadcasting News organization, directly to the Canadian people tonight. So you're going to want to hear this. Don't go away.
Greetings, brave Mavericks. Our quest for truth continues. We go beyond fake news. Together we expose propaganda. Together we pull others out of rabbit holes. We are maverick thinkers. We are all unique individuals. Defenders of individual rights and freedoms. Credible. Trusted. Grounded in reality. Maverick News. Defending free speech. Donate at freedomreporters.com. Do it now. Tomorrow may be too late. Maverick News. The world is watching.
So this report is from Republic Broadcast India. They did a sting operation in 2018. Jagmeet Singh, leader of the New Democratic Party of Canada, federally, who is propping up the Trudeau government, because the Trudeau government, the Liberals, have a minority government. They can't really survive or get anything done without support from one of the other parties or a combination of the other sitting members of Parliament from the opposition. Well, the NDP, they have an agreement with Trudeau to prop him up so that he can jam his agenda through, and in exchange, the NDP gets a lot of the things that they want. And Jagmeet Singh, part of this investigative piece done by this news organization in India. And a lot of the investigation was done way back as far as, I think, 2018. But tonight, that report, that work is being resurrected and shared with Canadians in a freshened up broadcast of this information because of the murder of a Khalistani separatist in British Columbia who was wanted by the Indian government on charges of terrorism. And there was a second murder, which has also drawn a lot of attention. And the Indian government is trying to characterize these killings as gangland slayings, the result of gangster violence. The Trudeau government saying that the murder out in British Columbia may have been the result of agents from India being sent in to kill this Khalistani separatist. Now, that remains open, an open question, an accusation, simply because we haven't seen all of the evidence at this point, so it's not entirely clear why or how those accusations are being substantiated. But the intelligence that Trudeau has been provided was enough for him to come out publicly and say that he believes it's a very credible possibility, and so too has Jagmeet Singh, who also has top secret security clearance and was given this information. But Jagmeet Singh, accused of, well, activity that runs afoul of the laws of India itself as well. And there is a video that has been circulating for some time, which I've seen. I saw this is a video within a video within a video, but the section of this video that depicts or shows Jagmeet Singh coming into contact with Khalistani terrorists, or terrorists as described by the Indian government. It's been out there before, and anybody who's sort of half paying attention to politics in Canada is well aware of this information. I've mentioned it on the program before in passing, but of course it was from a time really before we got this news platform going again here online, the Maverick News operation, which we regurgitated, or not regurgitated, but resuscitated when the Freedom Convoy began. So anyway, let's take a look at this video. You'll understand more what I'm talking about when you listen to what these guys have to say, because they kind of sum it up with this warning for the Canadian people.
And if the Canadians want proof, here it is. The Republic Network's 2018 sting on Khalistani elements, in which we recorded Khalistani terrorists confessing to what they do, is in global focus. Viewers, in October 2018, Republic broadcast a sting operation done by Shawan Sen on Khalistani terrorist Shamsher Singh, where he revealed his anti-India agenda, his terror propaganda, his sources of support, and his terror plans. Now, in an undated video that is going viral, Trudeau's close ally, Jagmeet Singh, is seen sharing the platform with Khalistani terrorist Shamsher Singh. Remember, viewers, Jagmeet Singh is the person on whose support Trudeau exists. And this direct link, therefore, between the Trudeau government in Canada and the Khalistani terror groups has been established. This is a link that is not aimed at embarrassing Canada. We are putting out details of this link so the Canadians realize what their country is becoming under Trudeau. Nothing but a terrorist haven. Let's debate.
The Trudeau government in Canada is surviving with the support of NDP leader Jagmeet Singh. And here's proof of Trudeau government's direct link with Khalistani elements. Seen in this undated video is Trudeau aide Jagmeet Singh sharing space with pro-Khalistani Shamsher Singh. The man who was stung by Republic in 2018, where he openly admitted his secessionist and terror agenda.
Completely for the secessionist movement. We want India to break up. We want the Naxals to have freedom, Dravidistan to be free. We want the Maoists to be free, because our enemy is the same. Our enemy is Delhi. Our enemy is the Brahmin in Delhi. It's Brahmanism as an ideology. It's the enemy of all the peoples of India, except for the Brahmins, of course, because they enjoy the benefit of that. But it's completely believe it's a unification of our goals. All of our goals are aligned. We want Delhi to fall. We want the armed struggle is the only way. Investing in armed struggle and destabilizing in India with, how they've been operating for the last 30 years, assassinating Indian government officials, attacking military bases, attacking police officers and, soldiers, and, the Khalistanis have a hit list somewhere of all these, people running around like Zaini and Alam and like all these black cats and these police officers that escaped so many commissions. The biggest actions of the movements, we've killed 2,700 police officers. Of various rank. We've killed the Prime Minister, the Chief Minister, generals of the army. These are all targeted killings. So even now, like what's been happening for the last 2.5 years with the KLF and targeting RSS leaders in India, it's the same thing. So the level of violence hasn't increased or decreased. Other leaders of Punjab's RSS, the Hindu Takat, they've been shot in the streets of Punjab by motorcycle-borne assailants. It's happening now, this is the reality.
You believe they were part of the movement?
Yeah, Khalistan Liberation Forces openly accepted that these guys were killed by Khalistan Liberation Force.
A 2-week-long undercover operation revealed the real faces of the so-called Khalistani movement, starting with those who were openly calling for destabilizing India. One such
powerful stuff. If you're a separatist in many countries, you're considered a terrorist. Canada has been dealing with separatist forces for a long time. The Bloc Québécois is basically a party based on separatist goals. We have other parties out in Western Canada that are hoping at some point to break away from Canada. So you can kind of see why a government might see political groups like that as something of a threat, and might even go so far as to deem them to be terrorist organizations if they resort to any kind of violence because they are unable to achieve their political objectives at the ballot box. We should all keep that in mind. This story, explosive again. The timing couldn't be worse for Trudeau. It's just another punch in the face for a political leader who really has not been opening his eyes to every opportunity to redeem himself, and has just missed opportunity after opportunity for political and personal salvation. Instead of coming out to talk to truckers, he called in paramilitary police who beat peaceful protesters in the street. That's what happened in Ottawa. And it goes on from there. The vaccines, the unacceptable fringe minority, a fringe minority, he says, with unacceptable views, the list goes on. The insults. And now the Nazi scandal in Parliament, and being exposed as a defender of separatist terrorists wanted by India. Now, if you think that those people accused of being terrorists are not actually terrorists, then I suppose it's up to you how you want to deal with that and maybe accommodate them as newcomers to Canada and give them citizenship, which they then use as a shield against any kind of extradition or, well, maybe not extradition, but they certainly live under the protection of Canadian sovereignty and the rule of law here nationally, insulating them from attempts by India to bring them before a court back in India. But things may be changing as reports like that come out with full-on admissions of many of the violent things that they have done up to and including some killings. And I suppose, too, that the Indian government might characterize killings like that as gangland slayings or killings by gangs. But gangs can get involved in politics, too. So when they're saying, oh, no, those killings in Canada, that those are gangland slayings, we as a government had nothing to do with that. You have to keep in mind that governments often work with organized crime. So that way they can use the infrastructure or the systems or the networks that are set up by organized crime organizations. Governments can sometimes use those to their own benefit. Look at what the CIA has done with organized crime and gangsters. Look at what they did during the Kennedy administration and what was going on in Cuba at the time. The CIA gets involved with gangsters all the time, right? Look at Jack Ruby. This has been going on for a long, long time. So, I mean, at the same time that the Indian government is making, or at least Indian media outlets are making videos like that, keep the fact in mind that governments often will work with gangsters in order to have people knocked off. My point being that the Trudeau government is accusing the Indian government of engaging in activities that may have been part of a murder of a Canadian citizen who is actually a Khalistani separatist who came to the country and was living under Canadian protection and had been given dual citizenship. So that's the government narrative over here, what the government is trying to tell people. On the other side, the Indian government is saying, oh, no, it wasn't us. It was gangs. Well, okay. Nothing against India. They're doing what they feel they have to do to cope and compensate, or not just, I guess, cope with this information war and this incident in Parliament with the Nazi has given people just a full-on reason to continue to attack the government. To be quite honest, I'm getting a little punchy. My thoughts are getting a little bit disjointed here because I am so tired. It is now 11:22. Anyway, you got the gist of the story from the report. So we're going to wrap it up before I fade away right before your very eyes here tonight. I appreciate you guys joining me. Thanks for hanging around all this time and taking in that debate, which was kind of like, blah, pretty bland overall, honestly. And I noticed Leo said that the Trump broadcast was a lot more interesting. I have no doubt of that after watching these guys on the stage. But who knows what's going to happen with this presidential race. Anyway, yeah, so we've been on the air here now, just straight up airtime, 5 hours, almost 5.5 hours I've been on straight. So I'm actually dizzy because I've been sitting here trying to concentrate and do stuff all this time. So I'm going to sign off. I said that like a few minutes ago, and I'm tired, so I should just go. So I'm going to do it. This time I mean it. Really going to go. Can't stop me. I'm going to go to bed. Mean it. I'll be back tomorrow. Don't worry. 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Catch you guys tomorrow on the flip side.
This has been a Maverick Multimedia production.